Hello, everyone. My name is Apostate. I host live streams and I make videos talking about Islam, leaving Islam, and other related topics. A link to a playlist of similar conversations like today's will be in the description or pop up on the screen. Today's topic is the hijab, the veil that women wear on their heads, and some would wear even an niqab, which would cover their face as well. And in light of recent unfortunate events in Iran, where on September 16th, Mahsa Amini was unfortunately killed by the morality police for not dressing a certain way, for not wearing her hijab. And that has sparked a lot of outrage because this is not an isolated incident. And many people have died since because of these protests or because of not adhering to this dress code. And unfortunately, there's a huge argument over the internet about whether or not this is Islamic to begin with. And I think that's a massive distraction. But today is not about my thoughts about the topic, at least not initially. I would like to bring in both ex-Muslim and Muslim women, anyone and who has these thoughts about the who has any thoughts about the hijab, especially those who have personal experiences with it, because I want them to speak their truth. We're often told that this is a conversation that doesn't involve the women who wear the hijab or don't want to wear the hijab. So today the conversation is going to be about them. As of right now, we've got 2 people waiting to call in. If you would like to call in, the link will be pinned in the live chat above. And hopefully by after the stream, I will have timestamps for each caller if you would like to listen to a specific one or, yeah. And if you cannot call in, I will have segments, please remind me if I don't, where I let people type their stories in the live chat, and then I will display that on screen, because I understand not everyone has the luxury of being able to call in. And lastly, since I am trying a new audio setup, if you cannot hear me well, if you notice that the volume is, there's a volume difference between myself and the guest, please do let me know in the live chat. So I am going to start with our first caller, Sousou. Sousou, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. How's it going?
Hi, Ala. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, because my computer is a little slow sometimes. I really need to replace it, but it's I really, when I find the money too, I will.
Understandable.
Yeah. As my grandmother tells me, if you don't have something to replace it, you can't throw it away. So that's something I have to live with.
That's a good mentality. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so Susu is it's a nickname of mine that was given to me by my I guess you could say my Arab friends gave it to me, and then my family kind of imitated it.
Okay.
So yeah, so I'm using it as an alias now. Because it's very vague. I don't want to use my real name. I'm not out in that kind of way, even though most of my non-Muslim friends know I left the faith. So I don't know. I guess I could start where I was born, or like I was born in the States, or how do you want me to go about this?
It's really up to you, however you want to talk about it. Tell us a bit about your background, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So my father is a convert to Islam, and my mother was born Muslim. She's Somali. So I'm not gonna talk about details about my dad because I don't want to like be too identifiable. But yeah, so I was born Muslim. I guess you could say it was Orthodox Islam from the time we were little. We were homeschooled from the beginning of our lives, and we were taught, Aqidah. Our family kind of subscribes to the Ash'ari kind of Maturidi kind of tariqa. So I grew up being told that the hijab was an obligation. It was not a choice, quote unquote. When I was 10, about 10, yeah, it was the same year that Katrina happened. When I was 10 years old, my family, we moved to a country in the Middle East. I'm not going to say where because I
Mhm.
don't want to be too identifiable. And I remember one day we were watching on television. It was the interview between Oprah Winfrey and Queen Rania of Jordan. And Rania was asked about the hijab, and I don't remember verbatim what she said, but I remember my grandmother and my mother saying that what she said is blasphemy because she implied that it's optional. Now I mean I don't now I have a problem with what she said from a different perspective because
With what your mother or the queen
what
said?
the queen said now, because I mean if you, yes, it's optional, but when Muslims like that talk and use that, it may be from their upbringing, but the vast majority of the traditional fiqh, jurisprudence, the judgment is that it's mandatory. It's not a choice. I mean, they kind of leave that out. But then again, many Muslims, women grew up actually thinking it's optional. So, I mean, maybe she just never learned that rule. That's
Well, she
very,
doesn't wear it herself, right?
yeah, she never learned. Yeah, it's very, yes, she doesn't wear it. And, I mean, it depends on the society. And like, I noticed that the more educated, like if they're upper middle class, they tend to not wear it. And they also tend to use like this, like, well, the verse is very vague about what it says, which is true. But but over the centuries, that has been the established judgment that the women are supposed to cover everything but their hands and their face. That's the way I grew up. That the niqab was only mandatory for the wives of the prophet. But then there's people who say it's mandatory for all women, and there's people who say that you're just supposed to cover everything else but your hair. So it depends who you're talking to. But anyway, so I always struggled. I was thinking about that in my back of my head, like trying to rationalize how my grandmother and my mother were coming from, because I think it's also a linguistic difference, because choice can have so many meanings. Like like when someone says it's not a choice when with the hijab, and this is what I would be saying when I was in college. Well, I would say it is a choice technically, because it is your choice, like just like how either you pray or not. I didn't want to deny the obligation of the hijab, because I also was taught that to deny it is to belie the Quran, which is blasphemy.
So you said the wording of it, choice, has many meanings.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that? So how could it be a choice and also mean something else?
Yes, because I think it's also linguistic, because it's most of the Muslim, I guess you could say, teachers in my community, they were not native English speakers. So there's certain wordings that they use, and there's certain, like, they jump, and I have to explain to them. This older man who was in my community, I said, they're not saying, when a woman says the hijab is a choice, she's not denying that it's an obligation in the religion. This is back when I was Muslim and I thought I was doing something else. Doing something special here. I mean, but like I always have to explain to him, then she's not denying, because there was my friend who said that it was a choice, and he was trying to accuse her of blasphemy. And I was trying to explain to her that she didn't. If you were listening carefully, she did not say that it was not a requirement in the religion. All what she said, it was a choice, just like it's a choice for someone to pray. I mean, everyone understands that the prayer is part of the 5 pillars of Islam, but you don't get mad when someone says, well, the prayer is my choice. Like, I'll choose to either I want to do it. So there's a lot of emotional attachment to the hijab, because I think a lot of Muslims, especially now, have grown to believe that the hijab is the wall between the difference, quote unquote, between the Muslim and the non-Muslim women, which is kind of, I guess you could say, in the last decade, especially in the West, is kind of becoming a little bit more blurred, because yeah, there's women who are hijabi, but they are pro LGBTQ. There are women who are hijabis, but they identify as feminists. There's women who are hijabis, but they're doing every other sin under the sun. It's which I think it's kind of frustrates the traditional people a little bit. I mean, that's what they keep talking about on their channels a lot. And I know my mother's friends always complaining about the fitna that's going on, and how these Muslim women are not being true Muslim women, and you can't even tell what a woman's like because of the way she dressed. Because before, like even when I was a little girl, and I'm not that old, I'm only in my late 20s. It was understood that the hijabi is the good Muslim girl, and the non-hijabi, she's can't be trusted. I mean, even my mother was always like, she was always suspicious of me being friends with women who didn't wear the scarf. But ironically enough, she had no problem with me being friends with non-Muslims. So I don't know how she rationalizes that. But yeah, so if you have any questions.
Yeah, one question came to mind is, you mentioned how sometimes people misunderstand what the word choice means. And you gave the example previously when you were talking to that guy. Mm-hmm. It's not blasphemous because you're saying, just like prayer, it is a choice, but it's a mandatory like obligation. Mm-hmm. So that is my brief thoughts on that, is that we keep hearing this silly like argument where, at least in my view, it's silly because how do you feel, for example, about it's a choice, but a mandatory choice?
Yeah, I'm getting into that because now as an ex-Muslim, I see this very differently. Okay. Because I was still an Orthodox Muslim girl, very conditioned, very sheltered. I really wasn't allowed to have, I mean, my cousins, even who lived right down the road from our house, they were not Muslim. I wasn't allowed to play with them. And it was like, I mean, my parents would try to dress it up like, oh, they were just being concerned for my safety as a girl. And, they don't know who those strange men in their house are, which is true. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff that happens among cousins and stuff like that. But, I would hear my mother make snide comments about like how they eat pork and how they have boyfriends and, that they very sheltered. So but also my family allowed me a little bit of freedom, just enough freedom for me to think that I was enlightened. For example, at an early age, I would go to a library and read books about history, like ancient history, like ancient Greece, ancient Egypt. And my family didn't have a problem with that, as long as I also quote unquote balanced it out with Islamic history, which I was also fascinated with. But I particularly liked reading about the prophets of old. I never really was interested in Prophet Muhammad's life too much. It wasn't that interesting to me. I was more interested in the children of Israel and people and the Israelites. And one day I talked to.
Sorry, can I pause you for a second? Why were you interested specifically in that?
I don't know. I think I was interested in the ancient people more. I don't know. I think it was just it was so complex, and they were just like, especially when I started a little bit reading outside sources, like quote unquote outside, like non-Muslim people wrote about it, kind of like comparing and contrasting it with what I learned about Islam. And I was trying to fill in the gaps, like about the story of the king Ahab and his wife Jezebel, and the whole story about like Muslims were taught that the children of Israel are bad because they killed their own prophets, right? And I was trying to understand like the political instability that was going on. I was just trying to rationalize in my head, because in my head I could not accept that Jews were just bad because they were Jews. That just didn't make sense to me.
Because recurringly, like the narratives that they kill their prophets or something, or they betray their prophets.
Yeah. It was giving like, I'm like, this sounds like something like some Arab people came up with and they just ran with it. Like, or like some people who don't like Jews and they just want to mold it into the religion, because I just couldn't rationalize it. It's just like, that's like saying black people are just inherently bad because they're black, which just sounds very, very bad the more you say it. But I was keep being faced with it left and right, the anti-Semitism that's very prevalent in the Muslim community. But back to what we were talking about the whole choice thing. Now I see it very differently. If something is an obligation, that kind of strips the whole choice thing away. Because if you're being told you're going to burn in hellfire, or you're not going to be a good Muslim girl, or for me personally, how I became into wearing hijab, I didn't even get into that. I wanted to wear it when I was 8 years old, and my mom didn't allow me to. And I was very upset with her that day. I don't know. I guess I thought I was going to be more grownish and be more, I don't know what I was doing, but I was about to go to the musalla in the hijab, and she just ripped off my head. She was like, "You are not going to the masjid like that." And I was kind of mad at the time. And then when I was 11,
Wait, sorry, she wouldn't let you go with a hijab when you were younger?
no, she did. She thought I was too little.
Okay.
Yeah, but I thought I was ready, and I don't know. I was like, I just maybe wanted to dress like my mom and all the aunties, and all the aunties covered, and yeah, there was some of them who part-time covered. They only wear their hijab when they come to the masjid. But like, and
so
yeah.
you just wanted to fit in with all the ladies in your life, basically.
Yes, all the older girls, most of the older girls, the cool girls, they all were covered. So I don't know. I just wanted to fit in, which is natural.
Mm-hmm.
And then when we came back, so while we were in the first year we were overseas in Middle East, we had to come back because there was some political instability in that country. So my family didn't know how that was going to play out. So they had to put us in school. But my father, of course, is against public school, which, there's some legitimate criticism of public schools in this country. But the reason why he didn't want us going to public schools because he didn't want us being, quote unquote, indoctrinated by the kuffar. Right. So we went to this Islamic school and in the Northeast. I'm not going to say where. And during this time, I'm not covered. But one day I was just, but all the girls in the school, even the ones who were younger than me, were covered. So I felt a little weird. I was, so I started to like wear hijab, but I would go to school with hijab. I think even my mother said, you can just wear like short sleeves and, like just wear your hijab, go to the, my mom wasn't like really pushing me. And then one day I was in class or in the hallway, and one of the teachers, who was a friend of my parents, she pulled me aside and said, you're too old to be dressed like that. You need to be wearing long sleeves. Mind you, I just turned 11 years old. This was in like October, November. I was born this summer. So I really did just turn 11. And she was already treating me like I was 16 or 17 or something. And I was so embarrassed, and from that day on, I just like was all covered up. I wore a hijab, and that was the end of that. And when we did go back overseas eventually.
Sorry, just to pause you again for a second. Did she explain to you why you should wear the hijab now that you're 11, you're too old?
No, she didn't. It was already understood that, she said that my body was already developed, basically. Now, I have to give background. Now, someone may assume that this woman is some immigrant who doesn't speak English and came from another country. This woman is like my father, she's African American. And the thing is with African Americans, when they become Muslim, especially Orthodox Muslim, there's just like any other culture, there's some things from our culture that become even worse. And Islam gives validation to it. And there's two things, I'm not going to go into detail, but one of them is the obsession over policing girls' sexuality. And this is something that comes from slavery. That because back in the day, so the girls, like as soon as they get their period, they either the master would put them with another man or they would rape them themselves. So the women would like try to keep the girls or try to like police their sexuality, police how they dress, police how they express themselves, because they thought they can protect them from this inevitable fate. And that's something that didn't end when slavery ended. Like my friends who are African American and they're not Muslim, we have so many similar stories about like your uncle coming over and your aunt, your mom telling you to put on longer pants because your uncle's here. Even though the question would be like, why should that uncle be in the house if he's creepy in the first place? Yeah, no, the responsibility lays with you. I mean, also the abuse of children and the normalization of beating your kids. Islam also gives a license for that. So it's not like, oh, we have to. It's not so quote unquote to discipline our kids. It's now halal and Islamically needed. So those are two things that get. So this woman, she's African American, and she was basically just putting all that stuff. And then on top of that, because she's Orthodox Muslim now, she believes that, I haven't even had my period, but she's already treating me like I'm grown. And my mother was furious. She was like, I think she even confronted her, telling her like to just back off her daughter. Like, who is she to tell her what to do? And that she's, so and my mom's excuse though, and now that I look at it, was even still insufficient, because my mother's excuse was she hasn't had her period yet. So I didn't have my period until I was nearly 13 years old. So I was already covered up. And by the time I went back overseas to the Middle East country, most of the girls had already gotten their cycle 11, 12 years old. So they also were covered too, because we all were in the same, religious organization, that we believe that when a girl becomes baligha, like mukallaf, she has to cover. And if she doesn't, she's sinful. Now, there were some girls who didn't cover still. They still don't cover to this day. But because in that particular country, the majority of the women don't cover their hair anyway, even the ones who are Muslim. So it's just like, yeah. So that's how I came to the hijab. It wasn't, a lot of people assume it's my family, and then I started to question the hijab. I guess you could say last year, when a former friend, he's no longer a friend of mine, and that's not something I'm going to get into here. But she's not Muslim; she was Christian, and we were just talking one day, and I said, I joked, well, only half jokingly. I said, if I had my grandmother's hair, my Somali grandmother's hair, I said I would never cover. And she said, what do you mean by that? Like, elaborate on that. And I was like, well, my grandmother's hair is just like very curly, and like not a lot of fuss, and very, I personally think it's beautiful. And I just said that, I said, if I had that kind of hair, there is no way no one was going to be able to put a hijab on me. That was just not going to happen. So I think also I had internalized a lot of, kind of, I guess you could say, hatred, self-hatred over the years. Like, I grew up mainly around Middle Eastern people. So I always wanted to have, like, their hair is so straight and beautiful. And I guess that's why it was so easy for me to cover my hair, because I was already tired of it. I was already tired of having to braid it every morning and try to make it look decent. And it's just a lot of work. And I'm finding that out again now. But now I'm kind of discovering new ways to take care of trying to love my hair and take care of my natural curly hair. But yeah, it was, I think that played a role, really. And then she's just like, well, what's stopping? I mean, like, do you really wear she said, what's the reason why you wear the scarf in the first place? And I mean, also because I had like hormonal imbalances, and like I had like a little facial hair. So I said that helps cover that. And she said, well, none of these are religious reasons. Like, none of them seem like legitimate reasons to be covering. I mean, she said, I was a little bit afraid at first. And then I realized that, maybe I can just take my scarf off. So the first day I went out, I left the house with my hijab on. I went to my schools, because I'm living away from my family, mind you. I'm living on my own at this time, so this was just last year. And I just walked, and then it was hot that day, so I kind of like took it off to the point I just had my undercap on, and then I was just walking around, and it's a small town, and I don't know what I was thinking, that people were going to be staring or something like that. But and then I kept walking and walking. And I just took it. By the time I got to the end of the street, I took it all off, and I realized no one was looking.
Wait, where was that? You don't have to tell me the location specifically, but
yeah, I went to meet, I think, one of my advisors at my college.
So in the U.S.
grad school, yeah.
Okay.
So I was just like, walking, and then I took the scarf off, the ishad, the hijab part off, and now I just have my underpiece on. And then I took my, I had like, because the thing is, when you're hijabi, you have to the cute dresses I would wear at Target, I would have to like wear like little mini jackets or sleeves underneath to cover my arms, because remember, your arms has to be covered too. So I took that off because it was hot, actually. It was like in the 90s, maybe even 100. And then I was just like kept walking, and then I realized you know. And then I took the undercap off, and I realized, and then I just like it was very like I realized nobody cared. There was no, the sky didn't fall. And then I just walked to the creamery, and you know, I was just noticing that, you know, I'm so used to people staring at me to the point that I was wondering, like, do they not see me? Do they? Do they? I am here. I was like, it was like a bunch of you know, white people, and I was like, do they not? I am here, okay? And they were just like, it was like I didn't exist. So then I was like, oh, I guess I just went to being a normal black girl to them, which is also a shift because there were also some people I realized that didn't consider me black before, and now they kind of like sort of treated me differently, I guess you could say. Stargirl, disconnected black girl, give a brief intro.
No, not you. This is not for you. This is a private chat.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm always handling because there's new people joining the queue, but I am listening, and I do have some questions for you if you don't mind.
Great.
So I just found it interesting when you were talking about how you started looking into outside sources, which by that you meant in Bani Israel history and non-Islamic sources, right? That's what you were talking about. But the phrasing of it as an outside source just brings to light how it's, you know, that's how a cult operates. There's the inside, the in-group, and the out-group. And you shouldn't stray too far. Like you hear that from Jehovah's Witnesses and other groups like that. People don't usually associate Islam with that kind of structure, but it is obviously there. And you mentioned how you're comparing Jews to black people in the sense that just like you wouldn't want to prejudge a black person or say that, you know, kind of the association that we've heard about Jews is they've killed their prophet or whatever. We're talking about, you know, a story about somebody thousands of years ago. I saw it that way too, and I would try to reason with a believer at the time and give the example when I was trying to understand what this is all about. If, you know, 100 people were born Jewish, most of them are probably going to die Jewish. Like, is that their fault that they were born that way? And they usually, like, the answer, the rationalization that I got, the best one, so to speak, even though it wasn't that good, was, well, those are the souls that they were going to end up in hell anyway. And they just, God kind of like bunched them together to be born as Jews, which didn't make any sense to me. But yeah, to get to the questions, you said mukallaf or mukallafa. Do you know the translation of that, or what does that mean to you?
In Islamic, it means accountable.
Right.
So it means like, okay, so there's mumayyiz and there's mukallaf. Okay, so mumayyiz is when you reach 7 lunar years. That's when you can learn. You should know like how to pray. You should be fasting. I was fasting every day of Ramadan when I was 7, 8 years old. My brothers were all behind me. I don't know why, but they didn't fast full days until they were 9 or 10. Like my mom would start us out like with like, oh, did you not fast until 11 o'clock, and then maybe you get like a candy or something. You know, very gradual and stuff, and you have to wake up for suhoor and those kind of things. You know, Ramadan is kind of like, that's definitely something I would be missing now. I mean, I had to pretend to fast this past year, even though I didn't see my family. Like my mom would be like, "Oh, what did you eat for iftar?" And I would be like, I have to lie because obviously I haven't told my family about my apostasy, and I honestly don't know when that's going to be. But yeah, so in the Shara, it's that's how it is. It's and then mukallaf. Person becomes mukallaf in 3 ways. Either they get their menstrual cycle for girls, the boys get their wet dreams or the mani, and then or they just reach 15 lunar years if neither of those things happened. So yeah.
Well, thanks for the explanation for those who don't know.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. The word mukallaf means also it means like assigned. You said it means something along the lines of was it responsible or?
Well, that's the way it was translated in the books that I learned.
It's all about the same meaning basically. Is that this is a responsibility that you're assigned at this point, and to bring attention to that. That's when you hit puberty. You're
Yes.
considered an adult, basically.
Yes, an
in the eyes
adult.
of God.
Yeah. And this means you're responsible for your own sins. It means you can, if you commit kufr, you can burn in hell forever.
See, that's such a primitive way of thinking about it. So
Yeah.
putting aside the fact that a girl who hits puberty is in no way, shape, or form ready for marriage, or to be, to have to cover up immediately because then she's a target for men, and we're going to focus on the girl, not the men. But also, like, imagine being a kid who's lived, I don't know, 10 years, and then suddenly you're mukallaf, and another kid who's lived 13 or 14, and then they're mukallaf. Then they've had more time to develop their brains, right, and learn more, and they have a better chance at, following the religion better and not going to hell. So what is the logic in that? Is that as someone is sexually mature, they're suddenly more morally accountable, in a sense? That doesn't make any sense to me. It seems very arbitrary and unfair and primitive, with the thinking of just focusing on sex as the focal point. I hadn't thought about it that way particularly before, so thanks for bringing that to our attention. I also wanted to say I'm really glad that you're getting more comfortable in your own skin, so to speak. Like you were talking about how you felt about the Arab influence on identity, and like how you felt about your grandmother's hair, and I hope that you're feeling better about yourself, and like feeling more comfortable in your own skin. And so the last thing I wanted to ask you was, what do you think of people who, especially women, who compare the headscarf to some kind of other religious or non-religious covering? Like those who, I've seen some art pieces of hijabi women, usually in the West, who would like put some photos of people in other head coverings and basically imply, how come you only have a problem with this one? What do you think of that?
Well, that's something that my view has.
Oh no, she got disconnected because of, I'm guessing, a network issue. Well, if you join in the next couple of minutes, I would like to add you again. In the meantime, there are some comments that I had put aside to read, so I'm going to get to those right now. Lena Gray says, I vehemently disagree that mandating the hijab or general code of dress for women, it only enables the perpetuation of sexualization of the bodies of women and girls. I agree with that. And it's funny how religious people, not just Muslims, often complain about the sexualization of women in media, which is a valid complaint, especially in many contexts. It's a very valid complaint that women are used in that sense to be marketed to and to market to other people and all that stuff. But they don't see the irony in sexualizing a girl the moment she hits her period and protecting her from her own family members, because we don't want to incite any lust in an uncle by seeing his like 10-year-old niece with her hair out or her arms or something. It's creepy. There's a lot less agency in it too, for the women. So reading some more comments, Murtadda says, Murtadda means apostate in Arabic. I am fed up of being told hijab is a choice when it was never a choice for me. Every time I have spoken up about it, and the first response I would get is, this is not Islam, no empathy. As though the Muslims gaslighting my experiences are the marketers of Islam. We see that recurringly, and unfortunately, it's always devoid of empathy. It's jumping to the defensive rather than thinking of, okay, if they genuinely believe that this is not Islam, what are they doing about it? Are they even voicing their concerns that these people are so-called misrepresenting Islam? Are they trying to help the victims? The resources out there for those who are abused Islamically are very, very little, unfortunately. And there might be some, there are women's shelters in the Middle East, but they're not as common as you would hope, given the amount of abuse that goes on. Even legal authorities don't do much for you because it's often a family matter and the man is the leader of the household. So if you say that it's not Islamic, then what are you doing about that? Like, all you care about is that people don't associate it with Islam, so it's just a PR cover, basically, and it's not helping anybody. Erica Tyan says, I was always told that my future husband would decide whether or not I'll have to wear the hijab. So I guess I was taught that it was a choice, but not my choice. That is unfortunate. And I hope that your future husband has no say in the matter. I was also taught, Skater Girl says, I was also taught that it was a choice until for some reason my mom started to nag until she finally forced me to wear it. Not so much for a choice. Yeah, so, and often the word choice, like the previous caller was talking about, a choice but obligation is not really a choice. But aside from that, there's a lot of societal pressure in the sense that sometimes you're not forced to only leave the house with the hijab, but if you hear about it every day, if you hear about how bad of a person you are if you don't wear it, if you see everybody else wearing it, that's a lot of influence on the so-called free choice. Sousou is back, so I'm adding her in a second. And there are people in queue. Thank you all for waiting at the moment. We see, by the way, the person with the display name Black Girl, you are entered twice in the waiting room, so leave whatever browser you're in and rejoin. Anyhow, I am adding Sousou in a moment. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, welcome back.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
my
okay.
Google Chrome crashed.
That's okay. You do need a new computer. I empathize.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So, like I said, my view remained consistent since even as a Muslim. I thought that there is no, this is like, okay, I understood the logic behind that. Like they will put a picture of a hijabi versus a nun. The difference is a nun signed up for that. There's an option. Most Christian women are not expected to be nuns, but all Muslim women are expected to wear hijab. That's not, and also like from the childhood, like the whole like modesty culture. I mean, there's just so many things wrong with that. Like it's not the same thing. It's like apples and oranges. It's not in the same family.
Oh, and you're comparing that to another religious garment. Now imagine the comparison to any other head garment that's not in a religious context, because sometimes they do make that comparison. They say, how come you're okay with a firefighter helmet or something like that? I've seen that in an art piece before. What do you think of that?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh my God. Turned you religious again?
No, I say Jesus a lot. My mother gets hate. She's like, we are not Christians, okay? Yeah, she's like, yeah, my mother.
I love the reenactment there. Okay.
Yeah, she's like, we are not Christians, and now I'm an atheist, so I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, but my mom, she's my best friend, or at least in my, I feel very safe with her. And the thing is, I did tell her a couple of months ago about my hijab, that I took my scarf off, and she was very accepting, but it was kind of like the only reason she was so relieved is because she did ask, her first question was, are you still Muslim? And of course I didn't have a choice but to say yes, because I really, at this point, I did not have a stable job. I was still in school. I still don't. I mean, now I have 2 part-time jobs, and I'm still like looking, because I just graduated last month, and I'm still looking, where my career is going to end up.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. But I'm still trying to get financially and economically independent, because even like just sending boundaries with my father, my dad is like very intimidating, and like when he tells you to do something, it's not a choice. When he like, he thinks a child asking why is disrespectful. Like if he asks you to like call someone, if you ask why, he's like, what did I tell you? Like it's like that with him. And
well,
now
if you don't mind me asking, what are the potential consequences of like pushing back on that, or is that even something that you've considered?
Now I kind of started to push back, but like when I was living there, I mean, no, there wasn't an option. And him and his mother, my grandmother, as much as I love them, they're very narcissistic and manipulative people. my grandmother even tried to. I don't know if you ever watched the movie The Witch with Anya Taylor-Joy. Anyway, so in the movie, briefly, it's set in like Puritan times. It's well, the girl is accused of witchcraft by her family several times in the movie, even though she hasn't done anything wrong. At the end, she actually becomes a real witch. But my grandmother would like accuse me of blasphemy or being on the border of kufr because in college I was very into like, college Democrats and like, very feminist. I was also a writer in the paper. I was, my best friend was an atheist. She was actually very shocked that I became an atheist. I texted her. She just texted solidarity, like I just love her. She's a very good friend, but she accepted me even when I was covered. And I always had feminist leanings, even as a little girl. And I think my grandmother and my dad picked up on that. And that's why they were quote unquote always worried about me, about my morals and stuff like that. And, my grandmother keeps asking me now every time I talk to her if I found a husband, because she doesn't know. I kept it from her and my dad. I removed my scarf, and she's like, you're a very pretty girl, even with your hijab. I mean, I just like, okay, grandma. But what she doesn't realize is the hijab. I mean, the thing is with the dichotomy of them, I guess you could say, quote unquote, the modern practicing Muslim parent is they want you to be covered, and of course they want you not to be noticed by men, but they somehow expect the men that they want you to marry to notice you. Like they don't know what they want. And yeah, it's very, very weird. But now when I first realized that I wasn't a Muslim anymore, because also did I mention how I became an apostate?
I think you touched on it, but not quite. Like, when was that switching point for you?
It was very difficult. So I took my scarf off last year, but then I started following this woman, Yasmin Muhammad, on Twitter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I started following her, and I would listen to a lot of podcasts on interviews with her, and I started like listening to her channel of the Forgotten Feminist, and I was just so inspired by her. And then, even though we were so different, we had so many similar. Yeah, I wasn't married to an Al-Qaeda fighter, but I always had this fear that my father would, marry me off or something. And it didn't bring me any comfort learning in the daras that, your father, Sharan, can marry you off according to the Shafi'i school. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's not like forbidden. But like I could relate to so much things she was saying. And I just, yeah. And then because I followed her, there was a girl that she had on her channel, and I went and followed her immediately on Twitter, and then she followed me back. And because I have her as a following each other on Twitter, I can see her spaces. And I kind of would go into her spaces with other ex-Muslims. I would listen to their conversations, and they were just very welcoming and very kind to me, and just start allowing me to talk. And also, I just having, like, I guess you could say, different epiphanies on my own, and realizing. I think I watched a video by Apostate Prophet about one of my favorite stories in the Quran about Dhul Qarnayn, that it was basically stripped from. It was whenever someone asks me what did it for me about Islam, I was like, it's the Dhul Qarnayn for me. It was I was just like, that's when I realized that I was like, oh my God, because I was taught denying one letter of the Quran is blasphemy. I was like, well, I guess I'm not Muslim, because I'm like, if that's fake, then the whole thing falls apart. What else isn't real? And then that's when it occurred to me, the first thought that went to my mind, that just shows you that this particular Islamic rule really bothered me. I realized I could marry whoever I wanted now. That was literally my first thought. Then I realized, oh, I may lose my family over this. So, and then, that was that. So I'm still struggling, like, kind of to get out there and start dating and stuff. I'm still kind of shy, and But I'm trying to be mindful and gentle of myself, not being too harsh, because sometimes I'm angry at myself a little bit. But yeah, just yeah. So that's how I feel after Islam.
Well, I'm glad that that you got to your conclusions eventually, and I hope, yeah, you are taking it easy on yourself. It takes a bit of time, but you'll get there. I wanted to ask you a couple of one last thing. Is a lot of people usually say the hijab is modesty, right? And you want to be immodest. That's why you are taking it off and all that. What do you think of that concept in general, modesty? And do you think hijab is modesty? And do you think you took it off because you want to be immodest?
Yeah, I've been indoctrinated with modesty culture since my whole life. I mean, I tell people, really, honestly, my childhood ended when I was 8 years old. That's when I started getting like a little hips, and the aunties. I remember one day I wore jeans and with a short jeans, not shorts like short shorts, but like just up to my kneecaps, and they had the word love on the behind. And my family didn't have a problem with it, but the auntie at the mosque thought had just nearly lost it and told my mom, "Don't ever send her like, you know." And then my grandmother and my dad, like whenever my mother would buy me pants, because the town we lived in was predominantly white, so it's not like there's Islamic stores to go to for clothing. Because honestly, if we had any, I mean, my dad would have had me wearing like baggy pants or something like that. So whenever we go to the store, I mean, the sales lady fits me. It's like, oh, okay, she's a size 4, size 2, and my dad would be like, okay, that's too tight because I can see her shape. So he wanted my mom to find me. Even if my mother had bought me plus size, you were still gonna be able to see that I have hips. Okay, so the compromise, I guess you could say, quote unquote compromise, was that I could wear the pants, but I had to wear like a shirt, a blouse that was long enough to cover my behind. The whole modesty thing is just like, and it really irks me when I see Western women trying to promote this, like trying to be like quote unquote sympathetic to Muslim women. I mean, there's a way that Christian women are kind of like, it's optional for them, but for us, it's kind of mandatory. And that's why I guess you could say I don't feel comfortable with it. I just feel like, yes, no one's saying to be naked or something like that, but like, I mean, it sounds, when people say, oh, you want to be immodest, well, you need to ask them to define modesty. Because to the Muslim, the woman is out of her whole body, basically. So what you're saying is I shouldn't be able to express myself and just be human, and even like it can be even argued that in this society, the hijab actually brings more attention to us because we're the outliers. And but it's not even about that. It's about also, I said this even as a Muslim. And of course, my mother would always get nervous when I talk like that. She'll be like, "Be careful not to talk about the religion, okay? You know, not you don't want to say something kufr, okay? Because sometimes the way you talk, it makes me scared, because yeah. So it's just I would say that the hijab is used as a tool. I even wrote an article comparing the women, Muslim women. I think I even said in Iran, but like I think I even said in the West. I did an article for some publication several years ago comparing us to like watching The Handmaid's Tale. Whenever I would hear Western women talk about what could potentially happen to them, I would always be like, well, what's actually happening to us? Not even in Iran. I mean, like people talk about Iran and Saudi Arabia because those are easy targets. But I said, well, we need to also talk about women who, for us, the Islamic State is our family, and we're living in Germany, in France, in England. I know girls who are like Yemenis. Like I had these Yemeni girls who are my friends, and my mother even thought that like she was like, damn, why are they covered like that? Like they were wearing like baggy pants with like shirts that come down to their knees, big heavy hijabs. It was like July, and this is how they have to get out of the house, and they have arranged marriages. As soon as they turn 18 and 19, it was just
Well, 18 and 19 because that's the law in that state, but back in their own countries it would probably be younger, I'm
oh
guessing.
yeah. Their family would allow them, quote unquote, to go to school, but it was still very like they have to come right back. They have to come right back to class. If they have an evening class, they have to take their sister with them. It's very policing. It's a lot of policing, and I'm trying to see where else what trying to talk about. But yes, I was comparing us to the Handmaid's Tale because I mean a lot of non-Muslim women just don't understand because they honestly don't know what it's like, and many non-Muslims are so ignorant about Islam. Everything gets disguised as culture. It's like, well, someone and if the left were really, were really like, the thing is, Muslims for the most part have figured out a way to guilt most white people by using these terms colonizer and like which is just a sexy word for kafar behavior, or what they deem to be un-Islamic. It's not even real colonization, because what someone needs to push back is define colonization, or what is decolonializing. Like, let's say if a non-Muslim says, well, I'm concerned about Muslim women who are not allowed to express themselves or like allowed to date, then the typical Western Muslim will push back and say, well, you need to decolonialize your mind, and you need to it's just very, very, it's gaslighting, it's intellectually dishonest, and
It's ignorant too. Like they really don't know where. Well, I mean on the as you put it, non-Muslims, the white people, as you put it in your example, they're really ignorant of the situation, and that white guilt is real. And I know that, and this is a bit of a general statement, but you said it. Like, Muslims in the West have gotten really good at using that, like at kind of making them feel bad that you can't push back, or else this is your colonial mindset. But you looked into the history of Islam. What do you think about the colonialism that perpetuated or propagated Islam?
Yeah, that's a real thing, because I was really thinking about that, because I don't know if I told you this. My father is a full-fledged Ottomanist. So we were talking about like I was just thinking I remember as a Muslim girl being told that what the French say about the Ottomans, that the French told the Lebanese and the Syrians that the Ottomans were oppressive, but in reality they weren't. I mean, the whole reason why that they would be so supportive of the Ottomans is because the Ottomans were Muslim. And it's so deep. It really disturbs me hearing this from Black Muslims, because on one hand, it's basically, okay, like I remember listening to this Muslim woman talking about like how the Constitution is bad, and how we shouldn't have to follow it because it's 200 years old and written by a man who had sex slaves, with Thomas Jefferson. And I was just like, does she not hear the irony of what she's saying? 1400 years. She's following a 1400-year-old book that was written by a man. So basically, Allah. the only thing that if they really want to take the Sharia, they're gonna have to pick a side. For Black Muslims, one day I'm dying to just ask one of them when when I'm more comfortable with my identity, or I feel like I'm not in danger. I just have to ask them. So essentially, the only thing wrong with what the founding fathers did, or with Thomas Jefferson's relationship with Sally Hemings, is because he was a Kafir, not a Muslim. Basically. I mean, really, it's not because you actually have sympathy for this girl, 14 years old, being in a house with a man who owns her. I mean, they can understand how the whole dynamics when it's white non-Muslims. But when you bring it to Islam, or even just the Ottomans themselves, they had, I mean, there's a reason. I'm not saying everything they do is good, but there's a reason why Eastern Europeans have a what they would say a phobia of Muslims. They were basically traumatized for centuries, having their daughters, having their sons taken, converted to Islam, put in the Muslim armies, their daughters taken, made the sex slaves. There's a real reason why they get a little nervous around Muslims. I mean, I'm not saying that they're not the Nazi ones are justified and stuff like that. There's some people who are actually racist, and sadly in Hungary it's in the government, and I don't know what to say about that. But people will say, like, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about my daughter having a relationship with a Muslim man, knowing that my granddaughters are probably going to be forced to marry Muslims and cover and and maybe even be cut off from their non-Muslim family. But Muslims would say that that's Islamophobic.
But what does Islamophobic even mean? That you don't like Islam? So are we forced to like Islam?
According to the Sharia, you do.
Well, are non-Muslims forced to like Islam according to PC culture, I guess, general consensus, or like being nice? Are people forced to like a religion?
Yes, because because Muslims, like we just said, they know how to manipulate white people. They understand.
I don't want to say all Muslims, but you're talking about your experience in the West and
the
those
PR,
who are
the ones who are in the media.
Right.
The aunties at the masjid don't know that. The auntie at the masjid, she'll maybe say, okay, I'll make some musa for you. You can come eat at my house. If you don't accept my beliefs, I'm not going to have a heart attack and demand that you accept it. I'm just going to tell you have a nice day.
Right.
That's really the most the auntie's going to do. Maybe she will tell her daughter not to.
Right.
Typical. And I'm saying this because I was like this. I would get mad at whenever non-Muslims would criticize Islam, but then somewhere in my heart I would be like, there's nothing I can technically, I mean, I remember my father even told me, like, sometimes you can't argue with these Islamophobes, he said, because what they're saying is accurate and you just have to ignore them. Because especially when they bring out like Ayan, I remember being taught about Ayan Hirsi when I was little, like as if she was some sort of demon that came out of the outer space.
Mm-hmm.
And just ex-Muslims, yeah. Islamophobia it's like a phobia. Well, if a religion says to stone homosexuals and to that women, it's just all the things we know about Islam. Why wouldn't someone believe that? And also the whole thing about like they're trying to say that they're obligated to follow the law of the land. Well, the law of the land, as long as it doesn't contradict Islam. Islam still supersedes. I remember being told.
Well, that depends on the person. Some would still adhere to the law of the land, but that means if the law of the land is not there, or if they can change it, then you're screwed. But some actually do think, why should I follow the law of say the white man versus the law of Allah? So,
yes. Oh, yeah. I had a lot of people. I tell you that someone in my community actually tried to out me to my parents.
No. Okay.
Yeah, that was frightening. That was very scary. I remember my mother. So everything. I don't believe everything happens for a reason. But a couple of months ago, my Instagram account was hacked, and it took me a month to absolve it. But then about like a month later, my mother texts me and says it was the exact same day that Roe v. Wade was overturned. So I was already emotional and it was a lot. And then my mother texts me and says, okay, I think someone hacked your Twitter account, because Rami, not Rami, I'm the guy, like I say his name. I kind of already said it. He's, saying that you said something about the Prophet Muhammad marrying a child or something. Now, this was before I was actually a Muslim. Before I actually left Islam, I kind of had a conversation with a prominent ex-Muslim. This was very dumb of me on the comment section, not even the DMs, about a scandal that happened in my community. And it involved a man marrying a minor, doing a nikah with her. And so I immediately was panicking, and thankfully I had to shut down the whole account and deactivate it. And the guy even confronted my father at Jummah prayer. Like he was like, he talked about.
So why was he out for blood like that? Like, was he interested in you, or was it just like because Islam?
don't know. This guy has a lot of problems. But my brother was not shocked because I didn't know this happened to my brother. But he said several years ago, this guy was in charge of, like, I guess you could say, teaching our dean classes and stuff. And he had an exam, and my brother answered one of the questions in a certain way. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm still with you.
Yeah, and he called him and told him that his answer was blasphemous, potentially blasphemous, like the way he grammatically phrased it. He just told him that he needs to take his shahada again. So when I told him about what he did, he said he wasn't shocked.
Mm-hmm.
So that was another scare. So I had to deactivate that account. I had to do some little tech stuff to kind of like, play around with it a little bit to try it. Because I realized when I Google my name, that tweet was coming out too. Some of the conversation. So I was having a panic attack and just had to I had to be more careful. Like, that's why I signed on early today to make sure I don't use my normal email to go on YouTube, because then my whole name is going to be out there. But anyway, it is what it is. I don't really know what's going to come after this. I just know that I don't want to take all your time, but that's, you can ask me any other follow-up questions if you have any.
Well, the only thing I was going to say is, one thing that I was going to say, it's not really a question, but a comment on how you said, I'm telling you this, Ala, because I was like this. And this is for the audience. I want to remind you, this is not two people who are, very unfamiliar with the situation, picking on a poor minority and saying, they don't want you to be racist and that's bad. That's not what we're saying here. This is someone speaking from experience, someone who used to be that person. But often once we flip the switch and become ex-Muslim, it becomes almost like as if we are, for lack of a better example, as if we're two white people picking on two brown people, right? But that's not how the situation is. We're actually calling things as they are. We're not trying to make people hate people from a Somali or Muslim background, but you still have to point out your experiences there and the reality of things. And I appreciate you talking to us about all of this today.
Oh, thank you, Anna. I really did. I enjoyed talking to you too. I'm a huge fan, and your videos, Friendly Ex-Muslim, and other people, a lot of other accounts I can't exactly recall now, but they have been very helpful to me. And in my journey, I'm still in the beginning because it hasn't even been a year since I left the religion. So, but as now I identify as an agnostic atheist. It's very, very weird. So it's this whole, like, I have my criticisms of both Trumpism and wokeism, because wokeism, there's a book called Woke Racism, which is very good, but it kind of focuses more on African Americans and this kind of blurring of facts with emotions. It's just very weird. Like, for both the right and the left racialize Islam, and this is part of the problem. The right racialize Islam, and they make it like Muslims are irredeemable, and that if you hate the religion, you have to hate the people too. And the left makes it like the people in the faith are one and the same. And if you criticize the faith, it means you want to like kill a Muslim or hate them or take a woman's scarf off in public
or recolonize them, or put your colonist ideals on them, which is not what people are trying to do. Like, people like us, we're trying to have fairness for everyone. And if that means infringing on Muslims' rights to abuse ex-Muslims or Muslims, then so be it, right?
Yeah.
It's not a right they should have.
Yeah, I will. I was on this chat couple, like, back in February. I was still a Muslim identifying, and all what I said was that I had that I was talking. It was a group for I'm not gonna say because the girl, she's a popular Black Muslim Instagrammer, but I saw a lot in common with her. She's Black, she's Muslim, and I was on her chat group on what's the name of that app? I forgot it. Anyway, so we were on a group and we were just, it was late at night. I had just come back from a birthday party. I did have a little to drink. And I was bored and we were talking about different famous men that we find attractive, right? And I said someone, I'm not gonna say who he is, but he's, a former American politician, that's all I'm gonna say. And everyone lost their shit. Everything, we were all cool with each other, we were all making jokes, we were all like teasing each other. And then when I said this, then the girl was accusing me of being like it got even worse. They were like accusing me of being self-hating, that I ruined Black History Month for them. This same woman, she kicks me off the group that morning, which I was kind of like, okay. I did message her an apology. She gets on her YouTube channel 3 days later. 3 days later. And which lets you know that I was living rent free in her mind.
I was gonna say, how do you feel like being her muse? So,
oh boy, she went off. She was. Then I can see on the YouTube channel like the live chat like you have, and the people like, are we going to discuss that she just who she said she finds attractive? Which this guy is handsome, but it's not about how he looks. It's about his political beliefs. This is how so blinding. They were like, as a Black woman, she ruined Black History Month for me. And, and then, oh yeah, she was calling me names. She called me bedwench. She called me, they were just discussing me for like an hour and a half.
Right.
I didn't know if I should cry. I put my friend on the speaker. She couldn't believe it. It was very weird, and they were just talking about like how I was, I need to. They were kind of like talking about more about Blackness and this kind of group thing, like a certain interpretation. All what I said was I found the guy attractive. That's all I said. But this set off this like plethora. I didn't understand the rationale, and I don't think they're following rationale. They're following this kind of like beliefs, group think kind of thing, and it's very similar to the whole hatred towards even just progressive Muslims. Not even you don't even have to be an ex-Muslim for some Muslims to come after you. You can just have to be like someone who says that you don't see the issue with why a Muslim woman can't marry a non-Muslim, for example. That will get you a lot of flack in the Muslim community.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least the people I grew up around, or asking why can't a woman lead the salah, or asking why there's no women prophets. It's just
That's a valid question, but and there are answers within the Islamic paradigm that make sense if you're a Muslim, but you will get a lot of backlash if they're not willing to even explore that.
Oh yeah, I grew up with people who were not even willing to entertain that was like considered like feminist talk. Women, it gets very weird when women who are not feminist by any ideals are called feminists, just because they are exploring the potential harms that women have, and then this red pill culture kind of bleeds into the Muslim culture, which is very interesting. Because the Muslims, in my opinion, they were already red pilled in many ways, and then you have like so then you have women who are not feminists by any way. They believe, they have their beliefs, and they just express a little concern about like, well, don't you think you need to consider why women are mad about domestic violence, or why we feel afraid to leave our houses. And then you have Muslim men who are like, well, this is the point of I hate when people bring like Western problems and then act like Islam is the ideal.
Islam's gonna solve them. Yeah.
Just because there's a lot of sexual assault doesn't mean that, this means women should just stay at home.
I mean, it's better when it's reported and something's being done about it, even if it's not yet enough, than when it's covered up with a marriage, or covered up with just a family member doing it. Things like that happen in Islamic countries and communities. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the whole thing about the custody thing in the West, like there's a lot of men who are mad that the woman tends to get the custody of the kids. The Muslim will be like, well, you know, it's Islam, you know,
Yeah.
that wouldn't happen in an Islamic state. And I'm like, yeah, you bet it wouldn't. And they would.
And anything that Islam would like solve on face value is Islam causes 1,000 other problems, but you know, we're not talking about that. You know, feminist is the new Islamophobe. Like that's
yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, and also just before I leave, I wanted to just express my full solidarity with the women in Iran and their struggle. I was a fan of theirs before I was Muslim, before I left Islam. Not before I was Muslim.
You keep saying before I was Muslim when you mean before I was ex-Muslim?
Yeah, before I was ex-Muslim, before I left, before I woke up.
You're a fake actress. You've been exposed multiple times already. Yeah.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, so I was just. Yeah, it was just. I was such a fan of theirs, and that woman, I forgot her name. Starts with Messi. She wrote the book. With the Wind in My Hair, I think that's what it was called. Yeah. Anyway, she's a very prominent Iranian feminist, and for people who say that Islam has nothing to do with the rules and you know, like a Muslim saying that yes, in Islam there's nowhere that says that you have to beat a woman to wear hijab, but you know, it's the rule, the hijab, the modesty thing is there. And you know what is the hadith? If you see an evil, then correct it with your hand, and if you can't, correct it with your words. If not, then hate it in your heart.
There's a lot of interpretation there. Like it's very open to interpretation.
That can go so many ways. That can apply to charity, to helping the poor. That can also apply to locking your daughter in her room so that she doesn't have a boyfriend. It can go so many ways.
Or harass her father to let him know that your daughter is acting like, you know, a hoe or whatever for not wearing a hijab when she goes out, and like all that is changing it with your hand without actually having to be violent yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was a clip on the Arab media last year that Yasmin Muhammad shared, and it was on a live news show, and these women were not hijab, but like what they were talking about, like one woman was basically excusing killing a women who quote unquote misbehave. She was saying like, well, you know, if the girl is out here in the street and you know, coming out, you know, and what are the jiran gonna think, you know, and you know, what else is her family supposed to do? And then you had the other one, I think she was an actress or something. She was like, yeah, you know, if my brother saw me out in the streets, you know, acting a certain way, you know, he would like, you know, take care of me right then and there. And, you know, that's him being a man. And I was just horrified. And these women are not covered, not religious, but they still have this belief. That's why I have to tell my Western friends, I'm like, just because someone doesn't cover her hair doesn't mean they are enlightened necessarily. You'd be scared out. You would be shocked by what some of these people believe.
And by some of these people, you mean like a lot of people. Like it's not a fringe minority. It's maybe even possibly the majority in these communities.
Yes, I told them be very careful who you talk to, because a lot of non-Muslims like to kind of oversimplify things a little bit. They're like, okay, if they don't cover, even for me, my identity, I have to tell them, do not just walk. I told you because in confidence I left Islam, but we do have a lot of Muslim students here. Do not, just because you like them and you go and have a beer with them and they seem nice to you, doesn't mean that they are tolerant of ex-Muslims. Okay. At the very best, they would probably just be mean to me for no reason, and I don't want to have to deal with all of that. But you know, you just have to communicate that to people. You know, just because a lot of people just don't know, and they it's not because they're trying to hurt you. It's just because they really, I mean, this kind of mentality for the West was left behind. Like, I mean, the West this is what's so fascinating about the evangelicals in America now. They are even after the Enlightenment, even after the Renaissance, even after all the horrors they've been through, they still have this kind of re-energized fundamentalism that has risen again. It's very scary, but I mean, at least I could say, but for the most part, the most conservative Christians are still more evolved than a lot of traditional Muslims. They can you can have a conversation with them about their religion, and they would, because also the Bible and the Quran are not the same, because the Bible doesn't claim to be the actual word of God. I don't know.
Well, some people do say that, but that's, I don't know. It's very mixed, at least, and it's not more. Islam is a lot more uniform, even though it's not completely a monolith. But there's a lot more uniformity in terms of the Quran is untouchable. Like at most, you can try to interpret it a little bit, but it's a lot more solid in terms of it's a lot less flexible. And yeah, Islam has had less time throughout history to adapt and evolve, and it's by design like unevolvable in many ways. It's the final word, right? It's not supposed to change. So yeah, I hope that there's a way that either people can leave their bad beliefs behind or amend them if they can. It's just it's not malleable. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, thank you for having me, Ala. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for calling in.
Thank you, and
oh, you're muted.
Sorry. Good luck. I was gonna say.
Thanks. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you, Sousou. Oh, I lost track of time. We still have a lot of callers in queue. Thank you so much for waiting, everybody. One funny thing that I noticed. So I didn't want to kick him out till I said this. So there's a guy who joined in the private room, and his name is Muhammad. I'm not doxing him. His name at first was Muhammad. I'm not going to say whatever last name that was. And I mentioned in the private chat, this is for women to call in. Like, maybe he's an ex-Muslim who's trying to show solidarity. Maybe he's a Muslim who wants to chat. Like, this is for women, though. He hasn't answered. And then now his name is Kafir Slayer. Anyway, just wanted to, give him a shout out before I ban him from the studio. So slay queen. Bye. Okay, so I'm going to get to a couple of comments, or a few comments, and then I'll get to the next caller. There is a caller, Den. Actually, let me get to this caller first. And there's Stop Scamming Man. Thanks for the super chat, but I'll get to that later, because Den is a caller from Iran, and they keep, I'm guessing she keeps getting disconnected all the time because of the internet there. So Den, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Welcome to the call. I hope. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I can hear you. Hey, there might be a long delay, so I'll let you talk as long as you want. I'm not going to interrupt.
All right. Yeah. First of all, hello. And I just wanted to thank Sousou for the solidarity. That's very sweet of you. And the girls who let me have their turn in this. Yeah, I might disappear. So first of all, I just want to ask you if you have any questions that you'd like to ask me, anything that you want to know.
No, not in particular. And I'm going to try not to interrupt because there's a long delay. So every time I want to ask something, it'll probably interrupt you. So feel free to tell us, about the situation there, how you feel about the hijab, whatever you want to talk about.
All right. So I think something relevant, something that Sousou was also talking about, was how The Handmaid's Tale is compared to Iran or Saudi Arabia in a lot of places. And funnily enough, The Handmaid's Tale, Margaret Atwood, the author of The Handmaid's Tale, was inspired by the Islamic Revolution to write the book, or partially inspired at least, in a way that even at the end of the book itself, they compare Gilead, the government in The Handmaid's Tale to Iran, and they name it Iran and Gilead, the two monotheocracies. Now, about the situation going on, fortunately, in the area that I live, there isn't much commotion, I guess. It's in the nearby cities, but not here much. Though I did go out a few days ago to the city center, and there were, from what I saw, there were at least 36 soldiers with visors and batons and such. And it seemed like they were preparing to disperse and go to the different parts of the city. And there were people gathering in some important places, and as the sun was setting, they were just gathering around, and they were saying, I remember it was like, it's just this sort of gloomy atmosphere. You can, it's funny to say this, but it's almost in the air. As you're walking through the streets, everybody is talking about it. Every person is talking about the protests. You pass by somebody, and I remember these two young boys were talking to each other, and they were saying, when they throw a tear gas, you should cover your face and then do this to protect yourself from it, or something. I personally really hate the hijab. But again, who doesn't in this country, especially? Though our president, Mr. Raisi, had the audacity to go on international television and say that Iranian women wear the hijab of their own accord, which is really a blatant lie, especially when you have
Hey, are you still there? So she's been cutting in and out periodically, and I haven't been paying enough attention, obviously, to know how long that period is, but it seems almost consistent. And I think that's a sign of, obviously, Iran is trying to control the internet and communications in the country. I can't hear you, Den, if you are still there. And I've mentioned this to Den. If she is not able to join again, or if she keeps getting disconnected, she can talk in the live chat, and I will, sorry about that, in the live chat, and I will put it on the screen. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like she has disconnected. So I will get to a few comments before I get to the next caller, or then if she joins again. Yeah, first of all, thanks for the super chat. Stop Scamming Man says, for all the Bible's flaws, it has female prophets like Deborah, Anna, and the daughters of Philip, or Deborah, I guess. Also in the Bible, when there's angels, everyone can see them. With Muhammad, suddenly only he can. Interesting. So I have nothing to say about women prophets in the Bible. I don't know much about that. But about the last part, it's that other people can see the angels too. That may be true, but I just want to remind you that it's still, yeah, it is more suspicious that only Muhammad can see the angels. But remember that the other one's also a story, and one could claim that everyone else also saw angels. So keep that in mind. And thank you. I can't read your name. Ken Us APAC. I don't know. Thanks for the super sticker. That's very nice of you. And Den is back. We're adding Den. Hey, Den.
Hello. My
Hi.
connection died from them.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's actually, no, why am I apologizing? The government has been limiting the internet connection because people are filming the things that the police are doing, and they're sending them over to international broadcasting channels. And the government is trying to stop the spreading of this. They did this in 2019 as well. This is an incident that we call Bloody November, where they shut down the internet nationwide for 24 hours, during which around 1,500 people were murdered by the police.
Hi, are you still there, Den? Den is still cutting in and out. One thing I want to ask if Den comes back is, she had mentioned that I hate the hijab, but who doesn't in this country? And I'm pretty sure that has to do with how Iranian women don't choose to wear the hijab, but it's more enforced on them than in other places. And I find that ironic that the people who are trying to enforce it don't see how counterproductive it is. But I want to get her thoughts on that if she's able to talk. And it's really unfortunate that the government even has the power to cut off communication like that. I'm glad she's able to call in every now and then, but I'm sure that it's been worse for some people in some areas, and it could be even worse. So I hope it doesn't go there. Okay. I will momentarily turn my attention to the comments that I had set aside till she comes back again. Ground control to Uncle Tom has been saying, I am from Sharia background. I'm from a Shia background. Excuse me. The font is very small. I never saw a non-hijabi in my town, only in malls, university, etc. Some people as young as 7 or 9. For us, even around brothers and the father, it's normal to tell them to cover up or insinuate the brother or father can be aroused. Very disgusting. My mother did it before. My sisters cried when they got their first period. Luckily, my parents have spared the youngest and let her not wear it. So we're slowly progressing and ditching Islamic revolution influence on us. I'm happy to hear that. Well, the progress parts of that. Den, I'm adding you back. Hey, Den. Welcome back.
Yeah, hello.
Hi.
Yeah, so I hope you caught most of the thing I said about Bloody November.
Yeah.
Okay. So is there anything that that you'd like to ask me?
You mentioned that you hate the hijab, but who doesn't in this country? What do you think of the idea that these women are hating something that's good for them only because it's enforced, but the hijab itself is not a bad thing?
Yeah, that's a very interesting. Oh my God. Can you hear me, Aladdin?
I hear you now, yeah.
Okay. So I think that the idea that the hijab itself isn't misogynistic and harmful is, well, I don't think it's a. I would even call it a little bit naive to say that, because the root of the hijab, where it came from in the first place. Oh, thank you so much. Now, of course, we know that the story was that there were free women and there were slave women, and the women would get up and go to relieve themselves on the outskirts of the city, and then these men would see them and assault them and such. And so the verse came down to tell women to throw these garments upon their shoulders, so that they may not, so that these men would know who the free women and the slave women were, and so that the free women would not be assaulted. Now, about that, something that I've always found funny was it's interesting how free women should be kept safe, but it's okay if the slave women aren't. It's kind of brutal. But there is emphasis on modesty in the Quran. I don't remember which verse exactly it was, but it's the one where women are told to cover their body except for that which can necessarily be seen. And in our theology classes, we were told that that which can necessarily be seen is the face and the hands from the wrist down. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay. So there is an emphasis on modesty, and there is this idea, it has sort of it has developed into this idea that in order not to get assaulted, a woman should be modest and she must cover herself. It is putting the burden on the woman. And it is saying that, well, if you get assaulted, then it's your own fault because you were not covering up. That is where the harm comes from. And that is where the misogyny is, because even though, I'm not denying this, Allah does tell men to lower their gaze, but is that really enough when, again, most of the responsibility is lifted and placed on the shoulders of the women?
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you for sharing your opinion on that. So you think that you would be supportive of the hijab, or what is your stance on the hijab in general, especially given your background in Iran?
My stance, okay, so this is not going to be a lot of people aren't going to like this. I think that people should be free to wear whatever they want. So I strongly oppose the idea of a ban on the hijab, because if you ban something, then people are going to want to go towards that thing, whether it's good or bad. It's almost like human nature, where we just want to keep going towards that thing that is forbidden. So it's also unfair. What is the difference? This is something that I would say before the Islamic Revolution, there were instances where the women were forced to take up their hijabs. And after the Islamic Revolution, now they're forcing us to wear the hijabs. I don't really see any difference in this. But I think that even though there must be a choice, a lot of women who say that they wear the hijab by choice may not actually be wearing it by choice, because is it really a choice when you have been conditioned from childhood to want to make that choice? Like, is it really you autonomously doing it, or is it the indoctrination that is giving you the illusion of autonomy? There was also, if you can confirm that you can still hear me.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay. There was also there's also the conversation of feminism. That, well, feminism is about giving women a choice, but I think in the modern world we're seeing that feminism keeps taking on these new forms, and some people are reaching the conclusion that maybe some things that we call feminism aren't actually. There was something that Mona Al-Tahawi said about this. She said, "I'm not going to allow something that calls itself feminism to come inside and then cut feminism in the knees." Or when they asked her if she should respect the decision of women who choose to wear the niqab, she said, well, if somebody chooses to become a slave, should I then respect their decision?
Well, that depends on what respecting that decision means or what it entails. So what do you think that means when someone says, do you respect her choice to wear a hijab?
I mean, I certainly do. It is definitely, at the end of the day, we're not going to force anybody to do anything.
Well, so does the respect mean that you won't force her to take it off? Is that what the word respect entails?
I think, yeah. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, we have no right to force anybody to do anything. But there was just one point that I wanted to make was we have to understand that just because somebody calls something a choice and sort of puts the name of feminism on it, it is not necessarily feminism. And just because a woman chooses to do something, it does not automatically make that empowering.
You know what, that reminds me of, on the other end of the spectrum, those who choose to do something related to, I don't know, kind of displaying their body in certain ways for monetary gain, let's put it that way. There's the narrative that it is very empowering and that it's, you know, feminism, it's part of the feminism movement. Do you see it as similar? Are there any parallels between that and the complete other side of it?
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that, actually. I think that that women doing that, I can see that you're tentative using some words, so I'm also not going to do that. But women.
No, feel free to phrase it how you want. I'm really trying to be neutral on the topic and not really come off as taking a position, but you could take whatever position you want and phrase it however you'd like.
Well, I think that women over-sexualizing themselves and women wearing the niqab or the hijab are two opposite extreme ends that are both harmful. I think that we should be able to come to more towards the middle. And that is my stance, really. I think that they're both extreme ends that I don't view them as necessarily good.
Well, I'm going to interject with my male opinion for a second, if you don't mind, just because I don't want to come off as like not wanting to take a position on anything, but at the same time, I don't want to influence the guest's position by giving mine first. I don't judge people who choose to, you know, who choose to cover up head to toe because they think that otherwise they're going to entice the men and whatnot. I don't judge them in the sense that I think they're ignorant or I think they're like maybe stupid or something like that. And at the same time, I don't judge those who choose to display their body for monetary gain, overly sexualize themselves. I just think that neither should be presented as a good example of agency over your body. Like it is still an expression of your agency over your body in a sense. At least one of them may on the face of it seem more of a free choice. But there's a lot of negatives to it and how the person came to those conclusions. And it's irresponsible to just say, yeah, blanket, this is a woman taking control of her body. And that's a good example of feminism. That's the part that I don't like about that. But I think that neither should be forced out of whatever they're doing. But it's good to educate people on the middle ground so that they don't end up finding themselves in one or the other, you know, in bad circumstances or not realizing what they're getting into. That's my position on that.
Absolutely.
And I had some questions for you, unless you want to tell me something else that's on your mind.
No. Go on.
It did seem like me turning off my camera helped a lot. So, you know, fingers crossed, knock on wood, all that stuff. I was going to ask a few questions about the situation right now in Iran, and I'm not putting you on the spot as like a representative or anything. But I wanted to know, do you think that, like some people are saying, this protest is mostly political and against the regime, not the symbol of the hijab itself? What do you think about that? Is it just political? Is it just the other, or both?
I would say that it's both, especially because the hijab itself is connected to the regime. It is one of, at the end of the day, this is the Islamic regime. This is the Islamic Republic of Iran. And this, the very infrastructure, the very the very infrastructure of the rules, the laws in this country are based on the Sharia. And to say that the hijab is irrelevant is really incorrect. What you can see that there's the chantings. There's most of the chantings on the street that the people, the things that the people are saying are very much anti-clergy. They are chanting against the Islamic regime. Like, they're not saying the regime should go, they're saying the Islamic regime should go. They say Marg bar Jumhuriya Islami, which means death to the Islamic Republic. Or they say Akhund bayed gom beshe, and Akhund is like an Islamic clergy, like the mullah. And they're saying that the clergy should F off. Again, I don't want to swear. I don't know how much liberty of vocabulary.
Oh, feel free to express yourself. Yeah. Yeah.
So there's also, we're seeing women burning their headscarves, and they're putting their headscarves on stakes, tying them on stakes, and then setting them aflame. They're burning the pictures of the supreme leader, and you can see that this is like an outburst, because these things have happened so many times. One example being, again, Bloody November, that the people are just have had enough of this sort of government. A lot of Iranians want a secular government.
Okay, so it's a bit of both then. But it seems like, is there any, in the zeitgeist and the people around you, how much of the people are objecting to something like burning the hijab as opposed to burning a picture of a leader?
I did not understand. Do you mean like?
Sure, because I've seen a sentiment among Muslims protesting that these women are burning the hijab, like, don't make this about Islam and the hijab and so on. Do you see that in Iran, or is it just the people outside of Iran who are complaining about burning the hijab?
Listen, the number of people in Iran itself who say things like that are very few compared to those who say, listen, this hijab is connected to Islam, and we just don't want this Islamic regime. We don't want anything to do with mandatory hijab, with Islam or anything. We just want a secular government. And I think it's actually so funny that it's always people in Western countries who get to freely do whatever they want that come rush to the support of the hijab and Islam so quickly. It is something that baffles me so much, that our sisters abroad, when they see that our people are being massacred and our people are dying on the street, the first thing they do, instead of standing with us and condemning mandatory hijab, what they're doing is rushing to defend the hijab and invalidate our experience by saying, oh, actually, like, this isn't real Islam, or this isn't, not like, this entire thing you're experiencing, it's not real, it's not how it should be. So the thing you're opposing is not the real deal. You're wrong in the very core of what you're fighting for.
Well, say, for the sake of the argument, that Islam doesn't actually mandate this stuff, but the Iranian regime has severely misunderstood it. Does the statement, "This is not real Islam," do anything to help you?
Help us in what way?
Well, I guess that's kind of a leading question. Actually, that's not fair for me to ask because I'm guessing the answer is no. That statement is not helpful. Like, does it help to know that this is not actually real Islam, but some mutated version of it? Like, does that change the situation on the ground?
I don't think so, because the hijab isn't the only thing that's wrong with Islam. And if this is not real Islam, well, nice. We have dozens of other issues that we can look at. Are we going to dismiss all of them as not being real Islam too? What's next? Are we going to look at the Quran, verse 434 or 411, and be like, yeah, no, this isn't real Islam, fake Quran. Bring in the next one, I guess.
Yeah, it seems very counterproductive to me, and it doesn't do anything. And I think it's real as long as it's happening. So if it's happening to one person or millions, that especially millions, that's a real manifestation of Islam. Whether you think God, who allegedly exists, actually meant this or that, is utterly irrelevant. Like, it's focusing on the reputation of a man or a god, a fictional god, rather than how can we fix this. So I'm sorry that you keep hearing that from people all over. And that brings me to my next question. Well, two questions. What do you hope would happen, and what can we do as people who aren't in Iran to support you and help you achieve what you hope would happen?
My greatest, aside from what I hope would happen, my greatest fear is that our people will be manipulated into a revolution that is not really theirs, that we will have, once again, as it has happened for decades, we will have countries outside of ours interfering with our politics and manipulating the sentiments of the people for their own gains. That is my greatest fear, and sometimes I even wonder if this is really.
It seems like we've lost her one more time, but thankfully we're able to hear her talk for a good stretch of time. I hope she comes back again once more. I'll give it a couple of minutes, but I think it's going to disconnect on its own, and I'm sure she'll be back in another minute. For everybody who just joined recently, that's why my camera is off. I'm trying to help her unstable connection that's in Iran. In the meantime, let me read a few comments. So, about the previous caller, Erica was saying, I haven't heard anyone else talk about how being forced to cover yourself can impact your confidence, but that was my experience as well, even without the hijab. Thank you for sharing that with us. And okay, so I forgot to ask the callers about this, and it is an upsetting hadith, but I've heard it already on my live streams multiple times by Muslim or ex-Muslim women who called in. So do you have any sense how often Muslim girls get told about the hadith of women who don't wear hijab or get hung by their hair in hell? I don't know the statistics. I don't think that's something that's been really looked into, but I've heard that multiple times already. And it's alarming that there's that many people as it is that have heard that narrative. It's not like a fringe school of 20 people who have heard this one time. It is very, very popular. And I'm sure a lot of women can attest to that in the comments. Unfortunately, they're told from a young age that if hijab is a choice, but if you don't wear it, you'll be dragged by your hair into hell or over hell. Anyway, back to Den. Den is here for another moment. Hey, Den, can you hear me again?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, please continue.
How much of it did you hear?
Last thing I heard was that you're worried that someone's going to come in and capitalize on, put in a political movement that the Iranians think is for their own good, but it actually isn't.
Yeah. I just hope that especially because of the sensitive political sort of geographical place that we are in the world. I know it's going to be difficult to be a peaceful country, especially when it comes, because there's resources in our country that would be very useful to Western countries. And I just hope that we'll be able to establish that sort of peaceful government that doesn't involve itself with the neighboring wars, or doesn't start wars or conflicts or threaten people with nuclear bombs and such.
That's it's interesting and telling that when you're asked about what you hope would happen, unfortunately you have to think about what you hope would not happen, because that's a bigger concern at the moment. But that does answer the question, and yeah, I appreciate you sharing that with us. And to reiterate the other part of what I was asking, the super chat also asked the same question. Thanks, The Zone. They say, what can we do to help Iran's women during this time?
Right now, there is protests going on in London, in New York, in Seoul. There's protests in, it was either Sweden or Norway. I don't exactly remember which it was, but there's Iranians in these different countries gathering around and protesting against the regime. There is the hashtag on Twitter, the Masa Amini hashtag, that has hit around over 80 million. It has been used around 80 million times, and it keeps increasing. I think that you guys can maybe take part in the protest or support by doing, using the hashtag on Twitter or something. But honestly, if I'm completely honest with you, I and many of my friends as well, we just don't think that this time it's really going to get anywhere, because our people don't have a leader. There is, of course, the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, who is the son of the late Shah, the late king who was driven out during the revolution. But he doesn't have as much of a following. People are not as accepting of him for him to be an acceptable alternative. So I genuinely don't think that these protests are going to get anywhere unless somebody, a prominent political figure, someone can stand up and lead the people and say, okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to, I don't know, take Tehran, go do that, and then our next goal is going to be this, and then we're going to establish the constitution. They're going to do that and that. We don't have that. We only have a mass of people who are angry, but their anger is not managed by anyone. It is not being directed towards anything.
I understand. And I was thinking about that. I hope that someone can rise to the occasion, and it's not someone with malicious intent. But that is very concerning that it's all up in the air. And we've seen that in other countries in that region before. And unless it's well managed, like you said, it doesn't really end up in a lot of actual progress. But I sure hope that happens. And I hope that no matter what incremental progress there is, that there's also an aspect of progress for women all around the world, and in Iran, of course, that there's something to be gained out of this, this unnecessary death and many other deaths. And I really hope that the situation changes. We will continue to demonstrate, and we'll continue to make a noise about it. And I was happy to see, like, people sometimes dilute the importance of these hashtags and whatnot. Sometimes they don't do much, but this has helped get exposure for this event and what's going on in many parts of the world where they didn't know what's going on. They just see their comments being suddenly spammed by this hashtag, and then they look into it. And I'm so happy to see when someone starts to, spew the same stuff about, you guys don't know what you're talking about. This is not Islam. This is just some Islamophobes or whatever. I'm happy to see that people shut them down very quickly. So I hope that does have some effect.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Well, is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
Well, I just hope that someday, as ex-Muslims, we won't have to hide who we are from our own families. And I hope that women, especially ex-Muslim and Muslim women, will be able to have the freedom that they really deserve, that we will not have to fear for our lives, living under tyrannical regimes and living as second-class citizens. And my greatest wish is for all of us to have that freedom and that ease of mind, that peace of mind someday.
I couldn't put it better myself, and I won't try. Thank you very much for talking to us today about this, even though it's a bit of a struggle for you to keep trying to connect, but thankfully we did get to talk to you today. Yeah.
Thank you for waiting for me every time my connection had a stroke.
That's okay. And I hope the best for you and everyone else in Iran.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care, then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Thanks again for calling, Den. And thank you to the other callers who graciously offered to let her go first. I and Den, I'm sure, appreciate that. So we got 2 more callers, and I'll just read a couple of comments before. So let's see. Shah Isfilazi says, women are pressured to wear hijabs in Malaysia, and also non-Muslims are requested to wear hijabs in certain situations. Convocations at Islamic universities, for example. It's good that, one thing I wanted to say about that, it would be such a tragedy and kind of a scandal if Muslim women were supposed to take off their hijab to get into certain areas, which people have been complaining about. For example, in France, the secularization of, say, being a teacher who can't wear a hijab, or I'm not sure if that was France or somewhere in Canada. I've heard about that. And I get their concerns there, but it's often just ignored as like, it's, if you got to put on the hijab to enter somewhere, it's just their culture. You have to respect their rules, but they don't see how it's hypocritical. Shah also says, it's good that hijabs are no longer compulsory in Saudi Arabia. It brings up dialogue in the Muslim world, as in, why should Muslim women wear the hijab when it's not even compulsory in Saudi? That's an interesting way to think about it. I don't know if that will actually have that kind of effect, but we'll see. Murtadda was saying, the UK has pockets of South Asian Muslim communities. Many can't even speak English. The communities help cover up honor killings. My dad told me this when he said he was going to kill me. I'm really, really sorry to hear that, Murtadda, and I hope no harm befalls you or anyone else there. But this is a stark reminder that this happens all around us, and even the threat of it happening is enough to have an effect. And Murtadda also says, my dad told me he respects women who wear the hijab and look down while walking. This is a man that beat the shit out of me and the other women in the family. Why would I want your respect? And so, unfortunately, like previous callers had mentioned, the red pill mentality, the macho mentality of men seeps into Islam, if not is ingrained in it. So you see recurring events like these, and some don't even respect the women who do wear the hijab, but they still feel like there's a moral responsibility that they should. There's a very horrible person in the comments who's saying, I hope that happens to you. You deserve to be beaten and stuff like that. I just don't understand like where you get off something like that, like pleasing you. You can get me examples of very toxic Muslims on social media, and I still wouldn't hope that they get beaten for taking off a piece of clothing. If that's the case, then should Muhammad Hijab be beaten for taking off his shirt, showing us his glorious chest? No, I don't think people should get beaten for wanting to take off the hijab. Like, where's anyway? Anyhow, Truth Seeker says wearing the hijab has nothing to do with modesty. Yeah, I touched on that. I had some callers talk about what that modesty means and all that stuff. And Fatima was saying, I can relate to the shyness and insecurity post taking hijab off and the feeling that people are looking at you when they're really not. Yeah. And let's see. Yeah, thanks for the super chat once again. Super sticker for Ken Us APAC. I think I've already mentioned you. And Stop Scamming Man again says, thanks for the super chat again, says, I'm reading Ibn Ishaq's 8th century biography of Muhammad. Apparently pre-Islamic Arabia had numerous female seers with status who acted as judges. I can't speak to the history of that, but I know that the Prophet's first wife was a rich woman and a trader, and some say she inherited it, some say she was a trader. So point is that women had some level of autonomy, not the wild, wild west, as Muslims always imply that it was a wasteland and Islam came and fixed it up, which is not true. And Paul Sini, thanks for joining the channel last time and for the super chat. Westerners would rather defend mandatory hijab over the lives of Iranian women. Hopefully not all Westerners, but unfortunately it's a very popular sentiment. Now, I'm going to, there might be a few more comments that I missed, but I need to get to the next caller. The next caller is, let me check real quick because I've got two more, I believe. Stargirl. Stargirl, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good. You can hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
How are you?
I am good. Thanks for asking.
I'm really happy to be here again, talking about the hijab, and I'm really glad that I got to catch Den speaking. That was really incredible. So I don't know if she's still around, but thank you so much for sharing her perspective because it doesn't compare. Like reading articles doesn't compare from actually hearing it from the source. So thank you so much.
Of
But
course.
yeah, I wanted to talk a bit about my experience with hijab, and kind of in relation to what's going on right now, like the debates around wearing hijab. I feel like a lot of people have already touched on how damaging forced hijab can be, but I don't know if I've mentioned this the last time I came on here, but I really think that we really need to like hone in on like what exactly is forced hijab and how present it is in Western societies as well. Um, for example, I truly do believe that at under the age of 12, you can't really consent to a hijab or even fully understand what it is you're agreeing to. So I do look at children who are like under 12 wearing hijab as a form of forced hijab. And it's really damaging when a lot of Muslim girls or women come online in defense of the hijab and say, you know, hijab is a choice, um, don't realize that a lot of them themselves didn't really have a choice. And Den said something that was really incredible. I wrote it down. She said, is it the indoctrination that gives you the illusion of choice? And like that is just absolutely spot on. A lot of Muslims, myself included, before I left, it's just very difficult to kind of look at it from an outside perspective, and look at it objectively. And that was one thing that when I left Islam, it really opened my eyes as to like how bonkers a lot of the practices are to force, you know, young women to wear hijab or at least coerce them and pressure them and um, associate their modesty with their value as a person is very damaging. And that's just not talked about enough. So as much as these Western Muslims want to talk about how hijab should never be forced, it happens in here too. Like it happens everywhere. Um, and I think that needs to be talked about a lot more. But yeah, I feel like it's conflicting having experiences like with hijab and being treated poorly in hijab, but also believing that the idea of modesty in hijab is harmful to women. So I've been like kind of going back and forth between those two stances, which I don't think they are like mutually exclusive to each other, but I try to empathize with like, yes, I do believe that discrimination for, visibly appearing Muslim exists. And I also believe that it's not really in comparison to a lot of the regimes that people like, people in Iran and so many countless other Muslim countries are facing enforced modesty, forced hijab, and being forced to be Muslim, essentially. And I'm really happy that the people of Iran are standing up and are fighting back, because I hope it can inspire people in other countries who can also see themselves in that same situation and want to do more for themselves and understand why the people of Iran are so upset. Um, yeah, so I don't know if you have anything to say or comment about those things.
Yeah, I do have a comment and a question. Well, first I want to reiterate what you said, that the hijab is not only forced in Iran and Saudi Arabia, the prime examples that people use. Like you had said, in many communities and families all around the world, even in places where the law would theoretically side with the woman, it's not even an option for them to even go to that point where they need to ask the law for assistance. And I wanted to comment on what you said about being treated poorly in the hijab, or your confusion about that. Just give me 1 second. So I would get asked this question every time I want to talk about the topic of Muslim or ex-Muslim women receiving abuse, that I would consider, or many people, anyone who really inspects it would consider inspired by Islam or directly linked to Islam or caused by Islam. I would get asked, so do you have a live stream every time a hijabi woman is attacked for wearing the hijab? And like you said, they're not comparable things at all. And one doesn't have to take one position or the other.
Right.
I don't want any hijabi woman to be attacked. And if anything, like the point here, and no Muslim women have called today, but they have in the past called, and this probably never reached their circles, but I want them to tell us how they feel too, about how they feel in the hijab when people look at them and so on. You don't, like, attacking a hijabi woman is not going to help anybody. It's not going to help those who are forced to wear it. It's not going to help the woman whether she chose to wear it or not. It's just evil, and often coming from the wrong place, like either just because they think they're helping or because they want to do it anyway and they're looking for someone to take their aggression out on. But these things are very incomparable, and the fact that we can straight up say this is wrong and you should never do this, compared to Muslims who dance around the topic of the hijab whenever a hijabi woman or a woman is attacked for not being a hijabi, it really shows the stark difference that this is just a distraction tactic. Like every time they're like, why don't you talk about the other side of things? And it's whataboutism. But even if you were to play that game, the scale of the amount of women who are harmed by Islam and Muslims, it dwarfs the women who get attacked for wearing the hijab in non-Muslim countries. Not that they should be dismissed or ignored, or that I don't have sympathy and empathy for them, but talking about a systemic issue that people are brushing under the rug is very different than talking about a single event or multiple events of someone being attacked. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say about that, because it's been frustrating me that every time I try to talk about this topic, I'm told, well, when you talk about this topic, it causes hate against hijabis, and that's not at all what we're doing here. And I wanted to ask you, you said equating a woman's modesty to her value. Now, I'm against that in general, but do you think that the hijab and taking it off and all that has to do with modesty? And what does that mean to you?
Do I think that, well, I do think that, like, objectively, modesty is when you are more covered up. So in terms of like physical modesty, yes, you are more immodest when more skin is showing, but like I don't think that has any correlation with your value as a person. And I don't think that Muslims are the only people who are guilty of this. When you and Dan were speaking earlier about, you know, the two extremes of like being completely covered and being completely immodest, I think that on both ends, women are being objectified at the end of the day. So it's more about separating kind of the way that we view women's bodies as like inherently sexual or inherently immodest, and, you know, humanizing women essentially. I don't know if that really answers what you were asking, but
Well, sort of, but I want to say something and you tell me your thoughts on it.
okay.
So I quickly looked up the definition of modest, and it kind of hovers around this definition: having or showing a moderate or humble estimate of one's merits, importance, etc., free from vanity, egotism, boastfulness, or great pretensions. So saying that someone, like, okay, usually people think that the more covered up someone is, the more modest they are, at least in the physical sense, aside from their character. As you know, she could be a very boastful, arrogant woman who thinks she's better at her job than other people, even though she's not, right? That's an immodest hijabi woman. It can happen. But just in the physical sense, like if someone's wearing very baggy clothing because she has a curvy body, and someone else is wearing tight fitting clothing or like regular fitting clothing, but she doesn't have a curvy, attractive body, they would be seen as similar in modesty, wouldn't you think? Like,
Yeah,
from that point of view.
Absolutely.
So is it immodest for the curvier woman to want to wear regular fitting clothes?
Well, that's, I think, the tricky part is like when you base these things on like clearly very like inherently sexual and misogynistic ways of viewing a woman's body, then I think in that sense, then yes, a woman who's curvier and is wearing like tighter clothing would be considered more immodest, because that gives more leeway to be sexualized. Like the idea of modesty, at least Islamically, in my opinion, focuses on women taking responsibility for how they're sexualized and not presenting in a way that would be, I guess, attractive or whatever towards men. So if you are curvy, you would have to, and I've seen this happen a lot where, like, you know, women who are like maybe not, I guess, as well endowed will get away with more immodest, quote unquote, clothing. But no, I think that when it comes to like character, there's no correlation between a modest person who's like has a modest character and someone who dresses modestly.
So, but a woman who, I mean, there's dressing tight in a certain way to, let's say, for example, to show off your cleavage. But there's also dressing the same exact way a less curvy girl would dress, but you do look curvier, even though you're not trying to show off any body parts. You would still be viewed as less modest or immodest, as if you're boastful of your curvy body when you're just wearing regular everyday clothes. You know, yeah. And what I was thinking about is there anything, like when a guy has nice hair, or, you know, when a guy has nice hair, let's just stick to the hair example, and he's walking around with nice hair, like really, really nice hair, flowy, curly, whatever, however you like it, which is very subjective still. Is it immodest of him to take care of his hair and show it around?
No, because those same ideals are not applied towards men in any sense. Like, men are humanized more in a way that they can be attractive, but it is not their responsibility for how you perceive them or how you feel about their attractiveness. Instead of like a woman who has beautiful hair and she's flipping her hair and whatever, it's seen as almost like an invitation to be to sexualize them or to engage with them or flirt with them or whatever. Um, but I don't think, and that's not even in like an Islamic sense. I think in general, men who are more attractive or have really nice hair, it's just not comparable to kind of how we objectify women and ultimately look at them as sex objects, in my opinion, at least.
Mm-hmm. I do see that issue of objectifying and sexualizing women, even in secular countries or like in non-Muslim communities. But what I've noticed is, at least from personal experience, it used to be a lot more attractive to me to see a girl without a hijab at first. When I was first exposed to that, it was kind of like a special occasion, like, ooh, something to behold. Not that I would like creep on them or anything, but it's just like something noticeable, you know,
Right.
something attractive. But now that I've met countless people without hijabs in my day-to-day life, sure, some have nicer hair than others. Some, you know, are kind of taking care of their hair for an event or for an occasion or just every day. It really depends on how she wants to display her hair. But it's seen as just normal. It doesn't arouse me to see a woman's hair. It doesn't make me turn around because she has amazing hair and therefore she's a target now. Yeah, it seems to me like the normal is what is kind of whatever we set it to be. So when we set the normal to be no hair, therefore showing any regular hair is immodest and attractive and causes sexual harassment, which is not true.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm just rambling here because I feel like I have these thoughts often, but if there's a woman in front of me to correct me or tell me, actually, no, this is where I think you're wrong, this is when I feel more comfortable rambling about it. So
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I agree with what you're saying. I think that what makes it difficult, sorry, I don't know if you could hear that, but what makes it more difficult in an Islamic sense is that Islam validates this kind of form of objectification and empowers these kind of men, which makes it difficult, like in the sense of like here in Western society, we already have those issues, but we work so that, you know, our laws are not empowering those kind of people. But not only is it a law, it's their belief that this is the divine word of God that is telling them, um, which I think adds like a whole nother layer for them to, you know, have that kind of control over women's bodies. That kind of makes it puts it into a way more dangerous position and leads to crises like what we see in Iran. So it's just like it's really scary, honestly, to watch how many Western Muslims who have the capability of understanding why it is that, you know, their parents are even here in the first place, right? And the freedoms that they have, and then to look at people living in Muslim countries, women living in Muslim countries who are protesting their hijab and who are being massacred, right? Like Den was mentioning, and the main issue that they see is the burning of the hijab, or it's like this like PR crisis mode to like protect Islam and the hijab, and it's like they constantly demonize the West, but yet depend on the West to like have a positive outlook on Islam, and like that is like it's the West's responsibility to accurately depict Muslims, I guess.
Not even accurately, but accurately according to the narrative that Muslims want to give of what Islam is like and what real Islam is like.
Exactly. And no, that's really it, because I would say that a lot of the coverage is pretty neutral in the sense that, like, they're not sugarcoating what is happening in Iran, but at the same time, people are way more PC, and they're not going to just explicitly say this is the fault of Islam, right? Like, that's not something you can really get away with saying, especially if you're like a non-Muslim Westerner. But I think that this problem has really exposed Western Muslims and their priorities and their true ideologies, and in the way that they don't inherently see anything wrong with the government requiring hijab for women, and they don't want, forced hijab. They say it's really odd because they say they're against forced hijab, a lot of Muslims, but truly in a real country run by Sharia, that is impossible for you to say, okay, well, I no longer want to wear hijab. Like, that's not something you can just walk around. You'll be scolded at the very least, and this utopia that a lot of Muslims talk about, I don't understand how they even believe that it could be possible where,
Well, I
Muslims
don't think they ever actually think of the logistics of making it happen. It's kind of like a dream in the back of their mind that they only have to worry about their actual lives right now and kind of gaining brownie points for Islam, but they're not going to see a Sharia law run country, even if it's like a utopia like they think it would be, where Sharia would come in and solve all these problems. They're not going to live to see that. And they don't really think about how that would be implemented. It just stops at, theoretically, Islam would solve all these problems, and that's why my ideology is better than yours. And I'm not going to get into how. So that's how I see it, at least.
I mean, absolutely. And it's not even like the Ummah can all even agree on one teaching or one interpretation or one sect of Islam. There's already so much debate and controversy within the Muslim community about what is and isn't a part of Islam. So it's just virtually impossible, in my opinion. But they base their real life political ideologies and morals on this utopia that will never exist, which is like scary, that they still believe that like encouraging forced hijab, well, they wouldn't call it forced hijab, but mandatory hijab, whatever the case is, can be applied in a ethical way, which is just impossible. Like, it's contradictory. And it's just terrifying to me, because not only do these people spread these ideologies in the West and indoctrinate young men and young people all online, but a lot of these men go back home and then implement, their like dangerous ideologies to women who don't have the power to really get out or have any leverage in the relationship. And it's like a really bad problem in my community of like a lot of men going back home to be able to kind of live out their red pill fantasies on impoverished women who don't have the opportunity, don't have education, and don't have really a way to say no. And it's really terrifying. It's really terrifying.
That is the baffling cycle that people don't seem to notice, is that you've got all of these things are linked. You've got, say, I'm going to use an example of someone in, I don't know, I'm just going to throw out a country, Syria, okay? Or maybe not Syria, because people think of war when they think of Syria. Any country in the Middle East or in South Asia, say Pakistan, for example. Muslims in the West, the Pakistani community of Muslims in the West would have this red pill mentality that, the men are the leaders and all that kind of stuff. And it gets really toxic, and they're covered up by all the women who deny it happening or say that's not a real representation of what's actually going on in the text or in the communities. So that keeps them from scrutiny and keeps the men from kind of exploring other ideas or having the conversation, because they always win because the other side is shut down. and then they go back and they perpetuate the very version of Islam that the girls who are defending it, or even not just the girls, but everyone who's been denying it, they perpetuate that version. It's a whole cycle that links together, and people don't seem to notice that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
it's insane, and I think that it doesn't really, like, it terrifies me how well they've like leveraged the left in terms of like almost all criticism of Islam can like be dismissed as Islamophobia or some form of discrimination or racism. Um, and when you and Dan were speaking earlier about how you're kind of, when you're ex-Muslim, you're kind of looked at as like two white people criticizing like two people of color or two brown people, and telling them what to do, and that they're immoral, and that, you know, they're whatever. But in reality, it's that for a lot of us, this is our first opportunity, you know, in our lineage to freely and safely apostate and apostatize and leave Islam and criticize Islam. And that,
semi-safely, I'd say, not even safely.
yeah, not even completely. I mean, like, people can't even, you know, state their names or show their faces, or I can't, and I don't want to, not that really in fear, but like more so for like kind of cultural, like kind of reasons, and I don't want to be associated with that, because I mean, it definitely could lead to violence. And it's just like, we are never really going to reach anywhere if we keep on holding on to these ideals that have kept us locked in, you know, the state of perpetual poverty and violence and corruption. If we can't freely criticize Islam, at least here in the West, without being, you know, at risk of violence, and it's just really terrifying, honestly. I really hope that there's a way that we could come to a mutual understanding with other Muslims for the sake of non-Western Muslims living in the global South, who have no choice but to go through, you know, what people in Iran are going through, across the Middle East, North Africa, South Asia. It's just terrifying to me, honestly. There's no other way I can put it. But
well, it's a start. What we're doing is a start, and I hope that, well, not to take credit for this, there have been a lot of people who kind of paved the way up until we can have this very conversation here. And some of them have to walk around with bodyguards now, like in Europe or other places, which is unfortunate. But I hope we're part of the next wave that is going to be receiving a bit less backlash, but time will tell.
can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What do you think is like the future for the ex-Muslim community?
Keep in mind that I don't even have like a few years under my belt of knowledge of what's going on between ex-Muslims or what organizations are doing. I don't have much knowledge of that at all. So I guess I'm going to answer with kind of what I'm hoping realistically would happen. I hope that there are more and more representatives of us, and I'm trying to start with myself, who would eventually get to a more public-facing platform where it's not just seen as some, you know, trolls on social media having fun. Like, we could certainly have fun with the concept of criticizing the religion or making light of certain trauma, to not just be depressingly talking about it all the time, though there is a time for that as well. Like, there's nothing wrong with sharing all that. I hope that there's a more public-facing representation there, and by extension that people just get more used to it till it becomes just uninteresting because it doesn't happen, or it's not as big of an issue anymore. Like, that's right. What I'm hoping for. I'm hoping that eventually, you know, like, someone today can start an atheist ex-Christian channel, and they would have to work much, much harder to, like, not that I have a huge following. I'm very thankful for my following, by the way. Congratulations, everyone. We got to 10K. But someone from a Christian background would have to work even harder to get a following because of how many ex-Christians there are out there talking already about the topic. And I want us to reach that point where it's not as big of a deal in our communities. It's not as big of a deal in general if you leave Islam. But I think it's starting from people who have the space to talk about it, and it's also people already doing that in their own communities in those more dangerous areas, and they deserve more credit than we give them. I just hope that eventually events like these bring to light the issues that we've been talking about for a while, and that it's not just us trying to scaremonger people or fearmonger. I don't know. But I don't know if that answers that, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know like what the future of the ex-Muslim community really holds, but I do hope that it's more conversations like this, because that's where it starts. And I know a lot of young Muslim women or non-Muslim women who might stumble across your page, and it'll be the first time they're ever hearing like anything like this, or any like criticism openly of Islam online, or and in a way that's kind of coming from inside the community. I say that with quotations, instead of like kind of a more I guess Western classic like Islamophobe, racist, whatever. But I really, before I go, I really want to hone in on the point that I truly believe that the hijab is inherently problematic. The idea of modesty for women is inherently problematic and leads to violence towards women. And if Muslims don't want to, as much as other Muslim women, hijabi women, want to talk about how it's their choice and they love their choice and they're free, you're not convincing anyone here. I'm sorry. And I don't think that anyone who truly felt that way would have to go on a campaign every season about how they're actually liberated and how Islam gave women rights and etc. etc. The idea of modesty and covering one's hair that is not applied to women, and the reasoning behind hijab, right, itself, it's just detrimental, I feel like, to a woman's self-esteem, self-respect, and it's also detrimental to men who are bred to view women a certain way and to have certain levels of respect for I guess how modest or immodest a woman is, and to conflate women with objects, like the whole unopened lollipop analogy that they like to use a lot. Yeah, it's really damaging, and we need to be more honest. I don't really hear a lot of people who are really staunch on their opinion about hijab, but I truly believe there's no leeway. Hijab is very, very detrimental towards women, and yeah, I really wanted to hone that point in.
Thank you for talking about that. I was going to ask you about that before you go, what you think of the concept in general, not just the injustice against women who are forced to wear it. Even, like you said, the unopened lollipop analogy, the idea that, ironically, it is kind of like a wrapper. The hijab is kind of like a wrapper around your head or a niqab around your face. So the analogy hits very close to home, that they're actually comparing, an uncovered piece of candy with ants on it all over the place. That's implying that the Muslim men around them are pests or parasites that would jump on you, which is bad, because like they don't see how damaging that is to their own image. You can't both want people to not see Muslim men as savages, but also keep demonstrating that they will be savages and it's the women's fault, when in other places in the world, women are attacked, unfortunately, and harmed, but not at these rates, and people shame the men for it most of the time, at least hopefully. So for Muslims' sake, you need to stop perpetuating this idea, because then Muslims, and even myself, I look Muslim, I sound Muslim, like my name is Muslim, are going to be harmed by this too, if you keep implying that we're savages who can't wait to attack the women once they're uncovered. But
exactly.
Yeah.
And not only that, I feel like not only is it a harmful image, but it gives men who are truly like that, who are animals in that way, an excuse and a reasoning behind it, and it justifies their behaviors. and it again just puts the blame on women that is ultimately something that's out of women's control. Yeah, it's just all around terrible. It's all around terrible, and I think that um, we we really need to be more honest about the way that hijab impacts people. The idea of hijab and modesty impacts people, not just women who are susceptible to violence based on their hijab, but the way that like Muslim men are kind of creating this image of themselves as like pests or animals or like unable to contain themselves, which every man has that ability. It's just, if you don't, you have a severe issue. And it's not something that any religion or any god should be encouraging or excusing in any sense at all.
Or creating in the first sense. If
Exactly. Or creating in the first place, or orchestrating. Like it's pretty crazy. I don't know. I don't think that, and I think we've spoken about this before, but I don't think, like, I don't view myself as like, a hyper intellectual, but like, God, I don't get how people don't see past these things. And I don't get how people justify these things. And honestly, I don't understand how people can say some of the things they say online with their face and their name and not like be put on some sort of watch list, or like, not like, I don't know. I feel like it's just really terrifying that a lot of these like extremists, Islamists who come online, like a lot of them don't care to hide anything, and they feel protected in that sense to say, the violent things that they do.
it's
Um,
it's weird that I'm on a Pakistani watch list, at least like a YouTube watch list, and like I'm sure there's a few Pakistani officials who have me like in the watch later with notifications on all the time, so they can
I
block my
bet.
videos. But on a more serious note, but yeah, these men in countries where they should be persecuted for this kind of encouragement of violence, they have no fear of being persecuted for something like that. They have no, even aside from legal fear or legal consequences, they have no shame. Like they could just come out with their face and their name, and then they point at us and they say, "How come you're not doing that too?" Well, because of what you're saying, because of what you and your people are capable of doing, and because of these consequences that would stop me from doing what I'm doing. But unfortunately, they get free reign. And I know it's very touchy to say that someone who says something hateful should be jailed. That is a very difficult gray area to navigate. But at the very least, we should be cognizant and aware of who they are, and they should be shamed for it. Like they shouldn't be canceled for saying one wrong thing. But if someone is always saying the wrong things, they should be shamed. They shouldn't be able to just continue life normally as if they didn't just cause more harm, because it's not just words. They're creating more people like them. So yeah.
Absolutely. And these ideologies that they have, they don't exist within a vacuum. It's a sliding scale, and it's really easy for someone who might be a sort of kind of moderate traditional Muslim to slide further and further into that like extremist ideology, or slide back down to like more progressive version of Islam. But I find that a lot of young children, especially like on apps like TikTok and etc., are like really being and finding an identity in like this extreme version of Islam. And yeah, I think that I wouldn't say we should, like, I wouldn't want people to be censored, but at the same time, if a lot of the things that you say can be interpreted to incite violence, I think there's definitely some sort of like ground here for some sort of legal action and responsibility of, speaking about things and encouraging an ideology that, ultimately leads to violence, I think. And I was watching Harris Sultan's video, and I don't remember the name of the Pakistani. I think they were a sheikh that passed away, but they had like very extremist views, and they were like their videos are like on YouTube, and that person was actually the person who was inspired to do that mass shooting, it was a Muslim person who did a mass shooting and killed 8 people in America, was inspired by those YouTube videos. So I would think, and there's other instances of like people being radicalized online and inciting violence. I would think that, you know, these Western countries would take that more seriously. I don't think things like the hijab ban are really beneficial towards anybody, but like actually investigating extremism and where it starts and nipping it in the bud at the root of it, instead of waiting for an atrocity to happen and then acting, instead of, you know, being proactive and looking out for the signs, because people like you have been exposing these people and dog whistling, and pretty much nothing is being done. People like Muhammad Hijab or Ali Dawa can say that, you know, apostates, they should be murdered, and they're happy about that or whatever. They're proud of that, whatever. And like it's insane that somebody can say that, in my opinion, in a Western country and not be like legally held liable. I don't know. Maybe that's my own version of a utopia that I'm living in, but it's insane to me.
Yeah. On a more positive note, I'm glad that so many people are calling in today and talking about this. And I'm sure people like the ones that you have mentioned would be very frustrated to see this kind of thing grow. So if you want to do it out of a spite to frustrate them, like and comment and share and all that stuff. But if you want to do it for the better reasons of trying to support, you know, people who come out and talk like this and give them a louder voice than those extremists who get away with saying anything, then please do, you know, contribute to the channel, like not the caller, but I mean everyone else. But yeah, I appreciate you helping in your way by calling in. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you for having me, and congrats on 10K. That's good.
Thanks.
And
Thank you.
yeah, I hope this time next year it's 100K, and like I hope that, you know, these platforms gain more attention and are supported more. So yeah, thank you for everything that you do. It's really incredible.
Thanks. I appreciate you saying that.
All right, I'm out. Take care. Thank you.
You as well, of course. Bye-bye. All right. Thanks, Stargirl. I'll read a couple of comments and then we'll get to the next caller. We do have 3 more callers, so if you are still on the live stream, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not sure about 100K. That's kind of scary, but we'll see. Inshallah more. One thing I wanted to comment on, she had mentioned we are proud of that. Imagine your legacy that you're leaving behind is that you shriekingly, especially as someone who puts a lot of importance on macho masculinity and all that, your legacy is you sounding like very shrieky and high-pitched, saying you're proud of something so horrible, and or you're eating grapes at the weirdest time possible, like thinking like you're some kind of king in the past times. And it's just, yeah, I hope I never have a fall that hard. What else? Yeah, I wanted to highlight this comment. So they were saying, I do believe that the normal citizen should not interfere. It's up to the Muslim ruler, meaning that a normal citizen should interfere with the rules of the Islamic rules on whatever, the hijab or something else, which is a very wrong sentiment here. And hijab by itself don't prevent women from getting raped, but it's a proven fact that it reduces the chances, blah, blah, blah. Absolutely not. So back to the first one, no. And that is what that is the frustration here. When Muslims say, we don't support this, probe further. You don't support what exactly? That people walking in the street can harass a non-hijabi, or but a state can execute, can punish, all that stuff. That's not that much better, because as long as the state can do these things, right, by law or whatever, then people will eventually do it too. And it's wrong for the state to do it to begin with. Like, that's what we're protesting. It's not just that they're not punishing those people the right way. So you're missing the point here by a mile. And this is absolutely false. First of all, it's so reported when these things happen in Muslim communities, and they're seen as inevitable, and they're just kind of justified or blamed on the victim. It's absolutely false that the hijab stops harassment. Women get harassed in Mecca, in the alleged house of God. while they're covered like head to toe. So this doesn't change anything, and absolutely not. I just had to highlight that. So we'll get to a couple more comments, and then we'll get to the next caller. Anyway, we are, Miro, thank you very much for the super chat, says, keep up the good work, Aladdin. Inshallah will reward me many hasanat for my donation. I appreciate that. And Mojak, I also appreciate the super chat. And man, I'm not sure what currency that is, but I really appreciate it. They don't know about Mango Adam Seeker Rocks. I don't know who that is. I don't want to endorse that. I don't remember who Adam Seeker is, but thank you for the super chat nonetheless. Anyway, a couple more comments. So, we did ask about that. And yeah, actually, I think Global 123 was saying, it's funny how Muslim feminists keep saying, don't talk over us. And anytime we have Muslim women or ex-Muslim women talk about their struggles, especially from the Middle East and South Asia, they will immediately talk over them and say it's not hijab or Islam and yada, yada. Yes, please let everybody talk, but especially those who are accused of being hateful just because they're speaking about the truth of what happens, about the truth of the hijab to them. Anyway. Now, getting to the next caller. The next caller is, let's see, I kind of lost track. Oh, yeah, Black Girl, and that's not a description from me. That's her screen name. I'm not able to add you to the stream because it says your devices are not connected. So please try to like exit and come back. You can save the link before you exit so that you don't lose it. And what else? Okay, since we're already here, if you did want to call but you couldn't, please do comment and I will highlight it once I can, because I know there's a lot of women who want to call but cannot. So feel free to do that. And since I'm here, I got to remind you to check out other live streams like this one if you'd like. Oh, I do have a lot of these conversations with believers and other people, and non-believers and so on. So, okay, the next caller has rejoined. I am adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, this is my first time calling. I've been trying to call for a while. I've been listening to all your live stream.
Well, I'm happy you're able to join. I'm glad you were.
Finally able to call in.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm from the UK. I'm from West Africa.
Okay.
I don't really want to say exactly where I'm from.
Of course.
But yeah, regarding the hijab, I mean, everybody says a choice, but it wasn't a choice for me. Neither was it for my sisters or for any of the friends that I know. I mean, I used to say it was a choice too before I became an ex-Muslim. That's the funny thing about it. It's hard when you realize it's not actually a choice because you don't really have a choice to take it off if you wanted to take it off, Yes, what else did I wanted to say? So I kind of forgotten everything that was in my mind before this.
That's okay. We touched on a lot of topic in other calls, topics about what's going on in Iran, the hijab. I don't know if there was anything else on your mind. I can ask them. Yeah.
With what's going on in Iran, I think the women are very brave, to be honest, because I live in the UK and I'm still terrified of taking the hijab off. And I'm supposed to have freedom to do so, but I'm still scared to fully take it off. I mean, I've taken it off here and there. I don't fully wear it. Like I do a turban. Even that was a big deal with my family. But I know I'll get there eventually because I simply wear it because I'm scared or I don't know how to take it off, or I don't know how people are going to perceive me, or I don't know how my family are going to react. Yeah. But it's not a choice. It was never a choice for most of the women I know. You just do it because that's what you're expected to do. And I think the UK is probably worse because everybody else put it on, you know? Because I'm from West Africa, and in West Africa, where I'm from, most young girls don't wear the hijab. And here, the young girls do wear the hijab. And people just copy, or as a West African, you come here, you're not so strict. It's not as strict as it was back there, but you come and you see everybody else. Like my mother, she saw everybody and all the children wearing headscarves, so she put it on us too, you know, all the other children. But if we were there, I think we would have more of a choice than being here. It's weird, isn't it? Being the UK and it's the opposite. I see it to be the opposite anyways.
Well, I have a question about that, and then another question asked by another caller who's waiting in the private chat. But I'll ask you this one first. Why do you think that's the case, that you have less freedom in the UK than you would in like the country where your background is from?
I think because, you know, with the UK, you know, there's Islamic channel and the Peace TV, and a couple of years, well, they don't do the conference anymore. There used to be this conference called Peace and Unity. There seemed to be like a strong connection. They really like focus on the Ummah.
And
Everywhere you go.
what does the Ummah mean to you?
To me, now I
Or
see
like
it different.
the way that they, sorry, let me rephrase that. When you say they focus on the Ummah, what does that mean?
Like being a Muslim first, you know? The identity is a Muslim first before anything else.
And what does that imply, or what does it result in?
I would say, especially in the UK here, there's this thing, if you work outside with a hijab, you do get special treatment from the Muslims. You get special treatment, whether it's from the shop, they will give you more of a discount. There's an atmosphere.
Like a sense of belonging or not belonging?
Belonging. There's a sense of belonging. There's a sense of belonging. It's different in the UK. Give me a sec. Hold on.
Well, while we wait for the caller, shout out to Infronuro. That's very generous of you. You could have just put a comment there, but I appreciate it anyway. She says, "Thank you, Aladdin, for giving women across the globe a safe space to discuss this important topic." Well, I appreciate your encouragement and the super chat. That's very generous of you. And I'm glad Infronuro finally made another appearance on the channel. Welcome back. Yeah, and the caller, you can join at any moment. Take your time if you need to. I'm just vamping and rambling while you handle what you need to do. And I will pose the question that Mariam, the next caller, was asking, what is her worst fear? Oh, hey, welcome back.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, they're knocking on my door.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. What was the question again?
I kind of forgot already.
What was something about worst fear?
You were talking about. Oh yeah, okay. So I was asking you first about why do you think the UK you have less freedom? You said it's because they focus on the Muslim identity more, and like it's a group you have to belong to.
Yeah, I think also there's a lot of coercion when you come into the UK.
Well, why do you think they're able to do that in the UK, but it's less common in their home countries? I don't want to say home countries as in, that's where they belong kind of mentality, but more like, you get what I mean, that these countries where their background is from.
Yeah,
what do you think they have more of this like inclusive kind of strict mentality in the UK?
I really don't know, because I went to the madrasa here and everything. I don't know. I think it's just the atmosphere. There's this idea of we're together, we're in this together.
Hmm. Like
Yeah.
being a minority in the UK, that's why.
Yes, I think so. And to be honest, it was nice as a Muslim, knowing that when you go out there are people out there looking out for you.
Hmm.
But it's also, now I see it, slightly different. It's also coercive in a way. Because I remember as a teenager when I would, there was a mosque around my house. So I would wear jeans and walk past. There used to be this Muslim guy. He used to be screaming at me, "Where's your proper dress? What are you wearing?" He used to harass me all the time, you know? So I was very wary if I'm going to go and pass around there what I'm wearing. I mean, I think they help you. They kind of force you into submission in some way if they know you're Muslim. Yeah, you do get, "My sister, why are you wearing this? This is haram." You get a lot of preaching outside as well.
Well, how do you feel about that phrasing? Because you said it, and I always hear it. My sister, my brother, whatever. But how do you feel being called my sister by a random guy who's telling you to, dress a certain way?
And I actually find it really annoying, as if I didn't know what I was wearing was wrong, or I knew I have a mirror. You know, I wanted to wear it. But it's just
Well,
nobody doesn't mind their business in a way.
well, does it? How does the phrasing of it specifically make you feel? Not just that he's telling you how to wear and like you're a Muslim woman, but like if he were to tell you instead of using "Hey sister," just tell you like, I don't know, "Hey woman," or "Hey." Like if you were a man, I guess he could say Abdullah, slave of Allah, right? Like that's a generic, I guess, term instead of brother. So if he would have used some kind of generic term like that, does it feel any different than if he said sister?
I don't know. I think we're just used to the word sister, especially from my household. My mother's very religious, and when you turn on, she was always watching Islamic channel, Peace TV. It was on 24/7. It wasn't allowed to, like, she took it as endearing. So I think I took it as how my family took it. Yeah, as
That's
somebody watching out for you as a brother.
that's very funny because I don't come from a background where we use that word colloquially every day. So when I first started hearing it in certain circles, I felt like it was a bit, to me, like the way that it was addressed to me, I felt it was a bit pretentious. Like you're implying a level of closeness that we do not have. And it's kind of presumed just because we come from the same background or even just the same religion, not even the same cultural, national background. But I guess you've kind of gotten accustomed to it in your surroundings.
Yes, and I think it's also done to coerce you. Because you see it as somebody as your brother when they do say it.
What's that? Say that again, sorry.
You view it when they do call you sisters, you do view as your respect, or you have to hear them out.
The authority of your brother telling you
Yeah,
to do, yeah.
you feel the authority. I think it's a trick word in a way. Is you automatically behave as if they have authority over you.
Mm-hmm.
Because when that would happen to me, I did feel shame. And it did upset me for a very long time when that happens, to the point where I would avoid trying to walk past there.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you feel any different? Like, is the shame still there in the same way now?
No, I don't feel that. I don't feel shame now. Even maybe because my dressing has changed from that. However,
How so?
how so? I mean, I think I don't wear tight jeans anymore. I don't know. It just changed over time without noticing, just from little comments here and there. So But I did find it annoying when when it did happen. Yeah. But whether my dress changed, like the sense of the way I dress has changed, I still don't like wearing the hijab, especially knowing what it meant now. I never mind it before. I didn't mind. But now I wear it with a heavy heart because I understood it. I wore it before because it was told that's the thing to do. You didn't understand how it came out to be. Yeah. But I know I will take it off eventually.
Mm-hmm. I hope you
can
get the
tell.
space to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's holding you back? Is it, I guess, the people around you?
It's family. Everybody knows you with it. I mean, I've never not had it on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I started wearing it when I was in school because we had a cultural day. And somehow my mom encouraged me to wear it from that day. And from
Mm-hmm.
then, I've not been able to take it off. I mean, I wore it. I didn't know that was it after that.
Mm-hmm.
From that day, I was expected to wear it ever since, you know? Yeah. But, and I
But
wore
now,
it with the intention of taking it off, actually. I didn't
Mhm.
expect my mother to be that obsessed with me wearing it. I didn't see it coming, to be honest, because it wasn't really common in our community.
Mhm.
It wasn't really like heavily. Now it has become like that. I see everybody wearing it. But maybe let's say 15 years ago, it wasn't normal. Yeah. That's how bad the UK has got into in terms of, I don't know how they did it, but the UK has, that's how, like, you know, religious has become. Yeah.
Well, I got two things I want to ask. I don't know if I want to go back to the question that I was going to ask you before, because it's a bit, on the sadder side. So feel free to not answer it if you would like. But the next caller wanted to know, what is your worst fear? What do you think is the worst that could happen if you take it off, I presume?
That's a good question. I think most importantly, I don't want to break my mom's heart. Yeah. Because if I take the headscarf off, it's like tramping on her. I feel like, yeah, it's mostly her. I mean, I don't care about other people much. I know my friends will find it a shock here, but yeah, because she worry about what people are going to say as well. If she didn't care about other people, I think it would be easier. So to an extent where I feel like I want to move a bit further to take it off. Because it's
I can
hard enough.
understand that.
Yeah. It's hard enough for her that I'm an ex-Muslim, because she knows now.
Oh,
She finds
she
it.
knows you're an ex-Muslim, but not taking off the hijab?
I don't wear it properly. I do like a turban. I mean, I've taken it off once, but I felt like everybody was staring at me. Then I came and put it back on. Even the turban, she hates it so much. Yeah.
That's a common sense. Well, first of all, I'm really sorry that that's how you feel, like that you would be responsible for breaking her heart if you took it off, even though you're not doing that to her. But I understand how it feels that way. I've heard that sentiment a lot, that from like multiple people, but even a woman I know who's not really Muslim per se anymore. She just isn't really too focused on the label at the moment. And she said how she felt like everyone would be like watching her without it. And she's not even in a Muslim community, but everyone she knows who's not Muslim even would like ask a lot of questions and probe about, wait, how come you took it off? And I thought it was mandatory for you people and things like that. Obviously they're usually a bit more delicate about asking it, but it gets overwhelming for someone who's making that kind of change, for some people who are making that kind of change. So I can understand, especially in a Muslim community, there's a lot more like spotlight on you. But aside from that, if you do happen to move away and like you're in a new place and you kind of, want to start over without the hijab, I hope you're reassured to know that most people aren't really like that feeling of being stared at, or like, that something's weird about how I'm dressing. It goes away gradually with time, and most people don't really care. But it can be jarring to have to explain to a bunch of people or like deal with any scrutiny from the community and so on.
Yeah. It's going to be hard, but I'm just taking as what happened in a way, because I wasn't really intending of telling my mom that I was an ex-Muslim. It kind of just happened. So I'm pretty sure maybe she knows that's what's going to happen next, in a way. Yeah, but I fear seeing her without my headscarf.
Well, I guess you can always, get as much freedom as you are comfortable with, or not being around her. But once you are around her, you can do what you need to do to, keep the peace, I guess, and not upset her, as long as it's not harming you in any significant way, I hope.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well,
Yes.
I want to ask you another thing, and then hopefully turn to a more positive note with a different question. You mentioned how things were different 15 years ago, and now there's this movement of more like Islamization, or I don't know, becoming more strict with Islamic beliefs in the UK. What do you think, as someone who lives there, what do you think should be done, or should anything be done at all to counter that, or to manage that in a sense?
It's very difficult to say. Yeah, it's very difficult to say.
Well, you obviously don't have to come up with a comprehensive solution or anything. I'm just curious if you ever had any thoughts about something you wish you would see more, or an idea that you had about how this could be, countered.
So let's say even in my own community, I don't know any ex-Muslim people. I doubt if anybody will say it out loud. So sometimes I look at people wondering, because I do hear my friends talk. Some of them do say a little bit of, some blasphemous stuff, but nobody is direct. You can't ask, what do you think about this? It's the inability to talk, I think, is the problem as well. Everybody is afraid to be found out, in a way.
It's happened to me before that the people around me weren't I didn't surround myself with people that were very, very religious to the point that it's really obnoxious in your day-to-day life. But even then I couldn't tell. And there were some people who were giving me mixed signals. And then much, much later, I realized they're kind of in the same boat as I am, but you couldn't have known at the time, without kind of playing or exposing your hand, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's the difficulties with it all, is you can't really tell, because my mother is quite religious in comparison to my dad. They're not together anymore, but she always clap when you bring a Muslim friend home. So as a child, he always tried to please. I'm a pleaser. I try to please my mom all the time. I became friends with Muslims. I don't have that much non-Muslim friends, to be honest. So now that I don't believe in the faith anymore, it's very difficult, because I've already conquered my life with Muslim friends, and I'm not the person to go out and make friends like that. I kind of struggle. I don't like getting close to people. So it makes it even more challenging, because there's no outlet. There's no much outlet. to express your feelings. You just sometimes you talk and you have to kind of read in between the lines and see what they're thinking, if any of that has ever crossed their mind. And it's funny because I feel like my friends are getting more religious and I'm doing the opposite.
Yeah. It can
Yeah.
be confusing sometimes too when maybe they're not religious or they have doubts about the religion, but they hold on to certain what have become cultural ideas that imply that they could be religious, or kind of let's just put it this way, regressive mentalities about certain things. Like, you can probe what they think of this social issue or another, and you would think that based on their answer, if they give the kind of answer that aligns with what a Muslim usually would give, therefore there must be still Muslims. But sometimes it's the opposite. Like, they don't believe, but at the same time they've held on to those social norms. So it's very confusing, and I empathize with your struggle there. I hope that you... What's that?
Yeah, as I said, most of the time I just keep quiet in conversation because my view doesn't align with theirs anymore. I see it to some level.
Well, I hope that you come across, a bunch of double agents, munafiqeen, I guess, who gotta keep it quiet to be safe, and you can make a community there. And I hope you get to meet people from other backgrounds as well. I know it's not always easy, but yeah. And that brings me to the next thing that I wanted to ask you. Can you tell me, has there been anything that has improved in your life or anything positive since you have left the religion or decided that you don't want to wear the hijab anymore?
Yeah, I mean, it's been hard. It has its ups and downs as well. I think for me, I'm a mother. I don't know if I told you this. I don't worry about my kids so much in terms of whether they're going to be Muslims, they're going to be gay, they're going to get wrongly leaded. Like, that worries has gone down, whether they're going to be good Muslims.
That was a constant pressing concern before, right?
Yes, because you think you live in this country so they can not astray. I see people worrying about stuff like this. Like, my morals has changed to an extent where I just want to teach them to be good people and do good. And it doesn't matter about the religion or what they become. So I think that pressure has been lifted. Because when you're here, everybody's taking their children to madrasa. They still go to madrasa and everything, but I really don't care. I went to madrasa for the longest time and I still became ex-Muslim. Yeah, and I think the ones that didn't go madrasa are more likely to be more Muslim than me now. And when my mom says she wasted her money, actually. So,
like, she says it as a joke, or actually seriously?
No, she's serious. She's serious. We went every day after school since primary school until like age of 18 or something before. So a lot of money wasted, Yeah.
Hey, but you can look at it this way. It was a lot of money wasted if the end goal was for you to continue becoming a Muslim, but it was money well spent to get you more familiar with the religion, and then eventually, you're freeing yourself in a sense.
Yeah, and that's how they see it anyways. So, that worry for the kids, what they're going to be, that has totally like gone. I've just teach them to be good people, good human beings, be nice to people. It doesn't matter. I mean, I don't care what friends they keep as long as they're good people. I don't worry that much about them in terms of that. So I think that's good for me. Yeah, but there is the annoying thing about it with my mother knowing is just she's trying to get the kids, My daughter went to her, she came back with a hijab. Kind of thing. Yeah, so it's that kind of thing as well. Yeah. It's
I hope you
weird.
can navigate that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, when it comes to her, I don't worry. I will never force it. I mean, it's never gonna be by force when it comes to me. I know that for sure. And obviously, she's too young to know. But eventually, when she gets to the age, I'm gonna let them know why I don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's up to them. Most of their family are Muslims, so it makes sense. Yeah. But it's just that worry is gone.
I'm really happy to hear that. It's always good to recognize and highlight the good things that have come with, that part of the journey, because it does come with a lot of challenges. So try to appreciate the ones that went well, the things that went well. So
Yeah. Yes, it's been hard, to be honest. But I mean, I didn't really have a choice to believe or not to. I wanted to believe, but I couldn't. It just didn't make sense anymore, and there's nothing I could do about it. I can't patch it anymore. I couldn't patch the Islam anymore for myself. Yeah.
that's I hear that very often, and that's my own experience. And it doesn't make sense, especially in a situation like yours. It doesn't make sense for you to choose to struggle like this for whatever benefits that come up with short term. So or even long term, it's very difficult. So we are where we are, and we just have to do the best of it. And
Yeah. I think what was it? Oh yeah, there's one thing I wanted to say. Yeah, I wanted to talk about, being a kid and being a woman, especially, and starting your period and knowing all the stuff you're gonna have to do now. I mean, for me, I'm pretty sure maybe what it is the same for most women, the trauma of starting your period and just like knowing you've been told you're a grown up now, Because I remember I cried for days. I was like, Allah, why did you do this to me? I'm not ready to be a woman. I'm not ready for all this responsibility. Yeah, so Islam has a lot of damage. I mean, hopefully this ain't gonna happen to my daughter. She wouldn't be worried and crying that she has to be a big girl now and pray and do everything on time.
I can imagine, on top of the surprise and confusion and shock of, you're bleeding suddenly, and on top of that, you've got all of this to deal with, the idea that now you can go to hell on top of all of that.
Yeah, it's traumatic, but you don't recognize it until you kind of live how much trauma that has brought onto you, even thinking about it before you get there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it happens and you're just like, oh my God, I cried for the longest. I was literally saying, Allah, please, why, man? Why? At the point, I didn't even want to be a woman. I didn't want to be a girl. Why did you make me a girl? It's just...
What do you think of the very asinine response of, well, because you get more reward and heaven is under the feet of mothers and all that stuff?
Nah, I didn't. Even then, I didn't buy it, to be honest. It was obvious to me that it was very unfair to women. I could see it. I mean, nobody has to tell you as a girl. You can see it from the environment you're from. You see it with your mothers. You see it with your aunties. Nobody has to tell you that you're beneath the man. Nobody told me, but I saw it as a kid.
But on the plus side, though, unfortunately, you went through all of that. Now you know that your daughter's not going to go through all of that.
Yeah, that's
You're
the
going to
good
make
thing
sure of
about
it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the good thing about it. Sometimes I just look at her thinking how free she is, or she will be, to be whoever she wants to be. Yeah. Anyways.
That makes me happy. That's a good plus side to all of this is you're stopping the harm with you, at least on your lineage.
Yeah, I hope
Yeah.
so. I
I know you will.
What else? Let me see. I think I made a list of the stuff I wanted to say. Let me see.
Sure.
Oh, I was talking about Muhammad Hijab. You know, I'm from West Africa. You know, he recently went there. Not recently. It's been a while now since he went there. If you know.
I wasn't aware of that. No.
Yeah, and he was talking about colonizers, you know. He was talking about the Western colonizing them. I remember when I saw the video, I was just laughing. I was thinking, are you serious? As if they forgot that Islam also did some colonization too before.
Some is putting it lightly, yeah. Yeah.
I know, it's just, it's funny when I saw that video. I was just, even with my own African people, when I try to talk about stuff like that, nobody wants to I don't know why I feel like a weirdo sometimes, because it's like I feel like I'm the only one that see the irony in it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
it does make you feel insane. Like, I'm looking around, am I the only one? Like, am I the one in the wrong here, or is the world gone mad?
Yeah,
And,
it's the African Muslims I really struggle with it, you know. But recently I found there's a big community of ex-Muslim in the West African, like the movement is growing there as well. So
you're on the forefront of it. So
yeah, which is quite interesting. But yeah, that's one thing I want to. I just thought that video was funny. You call, what did they call him? Calling the kettle black? Is that the saying? I forgot.
the pot calling the kettle black.
That's it. That's what he was doing there in West Africa. But hopefully somebody catch him up on it.
Yeah. I feel like I wish I had the mental capacity and the patience to like sit down and review their stuff, but just like one video and I'm done for a month. I'm like, that's too much for me. We need more people to, like, you know, pick after what they're saying, because it's too much for the few of us who are out there. Yeah,
it's funny because I used to listen to him and Yasser Kadir as well, because I remember I went and saw Yasser Kadir when he came a couple of years ago with my mom. There was this show, this thing they do, Peace and Unity. And I remember he was like, Muslim women are not oppressed, because it's a big crowd. They used to do it every year. We'll be screaming, yeah, yeah. But now just look back, I'm just laughing at myself. Those, you know, cheering him on. That we're not oppressed. But I couldn't see it then. At that time, I mean, I saw it, but I mean, you get convinced by everybody you're not oppressed. So you just join the crowd. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, hopefully there's a new crowd, and I hope that nobody chants anything that we're saying just because it's a crowd. I hope that if anyone agrees, they actually have assessed their beliefs and they agree. But yeah, the crowd is getting thinner, I hope, with time.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
Let's hope so. You know, to remove a lot of trauma. I mean, sometimes when I think about it, as the amount of blood, women blood Islam has on his hands is crazy.
Yeah.
Is there anything else I wanted to say? I think that's it. Yes. Yeah.
I think this is a very good point that Noodle has brought up. If a bunch of men are screaming about a particular group of women not being oppressed, it probably means they're oppressed.
Oh, but there was a bunch of women in the crowd. We were all screaming.
But who was the leader, though? Was there a woman on stage?
It was Yasser. It was him.
Last I checked, he's a man. So yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, at that time, I didn't think that deeply.
Yeah.
You know, they don't give you the opportunity to think, to be honest.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny though, isn't it? Yeah.
I try not to laugh at these things in a way that makes it seem like I'm laughing at despite people's suffering. but I'm more comfortable doing it because, you know, someone like yourself is already laughing at the topic, but I don't laugh at women suffering or them being too indoctrinated to see the problems that they're facing, but finding the humor in it can help, I guess. Yeah,
you have to. If not, you're gonna cry.
yeah.
You have to. I think that's all I have. Don't have anything else to add. Oh, or unless you want to know, maybe next time I'll call about how I became an ex-Muslim.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have. Now I have 1 to 2 live streams a week. Hopefully 2, but sometimes 1. If people want to check, it's in the banner of my YouTube channel. Those are the times, UTC times. So I announce them hopefully a week in advance, and the next one, whenever like ex-Muslims can call in, feel free to call in.
Yeah, I'll probably do that. Let the others have a chance to speak too.
Sure.
For now, because it's kind of long. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, and I hope that that your kids are manageable right now, because I hear that they're running around.
Yeah, they're screaming. They want to come in the room. Yeah. Okay, let me leave you to go and be a mom for now.
Yeah.
All
Don't
right.
expose them to this haram material yet, okay?
All right. They will recognize it themselves when the time comes.
Yeah.
All right. Let me leave you. Take care.
Thanks, you as well.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, thank you for calling in, girl. Yeah, I'm going to read a few comments and then I'll get to the next couple of callers. We got 2 more. Again, I appreciate everyone who's been watching so far. Infidel Noodle, again, thanks for joining. Says, that's the idea, restrict critical thinking at all costs. Islam wouldn't survive if it gave people space to think for themselves. And this is where it is. Space to think for yourself. This is exactly what I'm trying to do here. Sean, I really appreciate the super chat. Thank you. And Man, same as well. Thanks for the super chat. Man says, please read this one, Surah 9 at Tawbah, verse 5. Is that the one about kill the polytheists? Yeah, I looked it up. So I'm not going to read it on stream right now because it's very off topic, but yeah, it's a verse about kill the polytheists wherever you find them and take them and all these things. Surah 9, verse 5. Some people argue that it's only for a specific context of a specific war, which then I would say it's very irresponsible and stupid and short-sighted to say kill the polytheists rather than, hey, during the battle of whatever, once this day comes, then you can resume the battle and like do this and that. So anyway, it's a bad verse. A lot of the verses in the Quran are pretty bad verses. So, but I don't want to just, derail the chat and talk about that. I'll read a few comments, one from someone who can't call in because they're in Iran. Unfortunately, they can't call in at the moment. Team, let me try to read that. Sherbakova, maybe, says, I studied one of Iran's most prestigious universities. I have been stopped from entering the uni for inappropriate hijab more times than I can count. There also was a civil protest in my university last night. The guards surrounded the uni and started arresting everyone who was still in the uni. I was going to attend that protest. My friends were there. It's horrible that they did this to the geniuses of our country. Also, a 20-year-old in my neighborhood was shot 6 times last night in the protest and she died. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. I really don't have much to say about that. And one comment by Miro says, I remember my grandpa viciously beating my aunt once because she accidentally walked down the street without noticing she wasn't wearing her hijab. Heartbreaking stuff. And the commenter also mentioned the comment that I can't find at the moment about how they gave justification for beating children from the hadith. And it says it as clear as day. You should beat them when they reach a certain age. I think it was, you should start teaching them to pray at 7 or like make sure that they start praying. And 11 is when you beat them for not praying and so on. And it's just going to end up in more domestic violence. And we see that happening in Muslim households all over the world. So, You got to get rid of the crappy material to begin with, rather than keep arguing whether it's Islam's fault or not. It absolutely is. If it's in the Hadith, if it's in the Quran, then there's no misunderstanding there. And lastly, talking about the previous caller was talking about the period and how a woman reaches, or a girl, I'm sorry to use the word woman, a girl becomes a woman immediately when she gets her first period, and then she's held liable for every sin that she does, and she could go to hell, and she has to dress a certain way as to not arouse her even male family members and other males, and all that responsibility is put on her immediately. But not just that, that Islam makes women feel filthy about their menstruation, like their it's najasa, it's filth, and a woman is not supposed to prey on it, not out of mercy because she might be struggling with her period, but more like, you're filthy, don't pray to God because you're filthy. It's like you're farting right now, kind of similar to how you can't pray if you just farted, or like if you need to clean up, which you don't even clean up your butt. That's a whole other topic. It's a stupid idea. But anyhow, it's regarded as filth. And after that, they still have to make up all the things that they missed, like the prayers and the days that they missed fasting, because they were filthy during those days that Allah decided they would be filthy during. Anyway, it's very frustrating. I will get to the next caller now. The next caller, we've got two more. We've got Mariam. Mariam, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. How's it going, Mariam?
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Thanks for having me. Well, first of all, thank you so much for doing these things. Overall, just your whole channel. I know you get this a lot, but thank you so much, because you're doing things that the rest of us can't do. You know what I mean? Like, you're having these conversations that the rest of us can't do openly. So thank you for that. Something else I wanted to say, the last caller, literally everything she was saying, I could relate to. Like, it was crazy. And then another comment, the hadith about beating your kid at 10, and then, no, I think you talk to them at 7 and you beat them at 10. I heard that hadith before so many times from my mother, but the one that I heard was that you talk to them at 7, you beat them at 10, and you kill them at 15 if they don't pray. That's
I've
just
never
side
heard
note.
of that version, but I'm not saying you didn't hear it. I'm saying I've never heard of it, but it's surprising to me that, like, I guess it's not that surprising, but wow. Okay, so that was circulating around in your circles then.
Yeah, that's exactly what I heard, is that you talk to them first, then you beat them, then you can kill them at 15, after they're like, for us, 15 is like, when they say 15, they mean like when you're an adult, like you're past puberty. Anyway, I just wanted to put that there. That's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about.
Hey, you just cut out right before saying what you wanted to talk about. If you could still hear me. Yeah, okay. Welcome back.
Yeah, I was looking at my notes. Okay. Yeah, I was saying, I just wanted to talk about my experience with the hijab. The first thing to say is that I wasn't really forced to wear the hijab, mainly because I didn't really have the choice to like rebel against it and then be forced to wear it anyway. I just woke up. I have some memories where I wasn't wearing it, but then there was just a moment where I was wearing it, and then I was just like praised for wearing it. So that was just my experience until when I got to America in like around 2007, when I wasn't with my mom anymore. Around 2007 here, it was kind of, Muslims were kind of looked at weirdly, so it was okay for us to take it off. So all of a sudden, I wasn't wearing the hijab, and I was allowed to wear pants, and I was like super uncomfortable. Like, I couldn't even walk with my hands to my side. I had to like hold my hands in front of me because I was so uncomfortable. I was so used to wearing a hijab. So I didn't really have, like, I wasn't forced to wear it, so I can't talk about that. But what I can talk about is what role the hijab plays in, like the little subtle anti-black sentiments that I got from Islam, and what role the hijab played in it. And it's kind of a complicated topic, and I'm trying to I'm trying to find a way to talk about it so other people can understand it. One, I'm not that articulate, but two, it's kind of hard to explain. So I'm gonna start by talking about the background of like anti-Blackness in my community, and basically the Arabization. I don't know if that makes sense, but like for the way that we revere Arabs in my community. And I think once I explain that, you might understand it a little bit. So when the baby,
I've heard it from all sorts of, like, from Africans. I've heard it from people in South Asia. I've heard it from so many people. So I am sort of familiar, but feel free to explain it in as much detail as you'd like.
Okay. So the moment a baby is born, right? People look at them. I've seen this. I haven't just heard it. Like, I've seen it happen as an adult. People look at the baby and they're like, oh my gosh, she's so pretty. She's like an Arab. You know, she's so beautiful. She's so light skinned. She's like an Arab. Or her hair is so long. She's like an Arab. So this is what we think. Like, this is the standard to be an Arab. Like, that's the standard. So there's like a lot of colorism and a lot of like we really want women to look like Arab women, you know, in my community. So sometimes I feel like so if you don't physically look Arab, right, you find other ways to look Arab, which is like to cover up, to like dress like them, to talk like them, to act like them. I'm saying them, but you know, to talk like Arabs. And I feel like the hijab plays a part in that, where it's like, if I'm a dark-skinned girl, and I feel it so much more, because I feel like sometimes when I'm in gatherings where there's a lot of people, I feel almost invisible because I'm dark-skinned. You know, like they don't see you because as soon as, especially if you're standing next to somebody who's light-skinned, they just see the light-skinned person and they don't see you. But I feel like if I dress more Arab and I talk more Arab, then all of a sudden it's like it's a little bit more okay. Hold on, let me see my notes. Yeah, so that's one part of the anti-Blackness for me when it comes to hijab. And recently, growing up, I remember this huge fear for hair, like women's hair. You know, like, for example, when we're doing our hair, you have to like really be away from food at all times. If men see you doing it, they're scared of it. You have to like be very careful not to have hair all over the place. And I get it.
Wait, sorry, I'm very confused. So a fear that women's hair would get into the food?
There's that fear, yeah, and that's okay. That's an okay fear. But there's like it's almost irrational. The way I remember it, it was like almost like
Is it like that the men would see the hair, or is it more like a hygiene thing?
No, it's like there is a hygiene thing, right? But there's also like an extra level of fear. Like, you're not supposed to do your hair in certain rooms, or you're not supposed to do your hair at certain times of the day. You're not supposed to be, for example, when I go to the village, when I'm in the city, it's a bit better, but I just went to the village a couple of years ago. At a certain time of the day, you're not supposed to show your hair. At any time of the day, so like you're not really supposed to show your hair. But let's say I'm just walking around, like around what's the word? Like a sundown, around that prayer, the sundown prayer. It's like everybody gets scared because they feel like that's the time when the spirits are out. I say spirits because I can't find a better word, but there's like jinns and like other creatures out, invisible creatures out that could get you, and the outlet is the hair. So they have that type of feeling. And I don't know how much, to be fair, I don't know how much of that is Islam and how much of it is.
Okay, can I interject for 1 second though? Because I made a video over a year ago and nothing happened because of that video. I feel like it was just lost in the wind. But in Canada, in Toronto, there was this guy who does exorcisms, Islamic exorcisms, and exorcisms are Islamic. Like, I know there's variations of them that are more superstitious and borrow from other cultures too, but as a concept, they are also Islamic. And he would do it live on TikTok and stuff, and like he would advertise his services. And he was doing this exorcism on a girl. You can't tell if she's a minor or not. So it was like, I tried reporting it to the police, and other people have tried reporting it to the police. I couldn't reach them directly, so I've reached out to people, and the police didn't do anything. They said, well, she's not, we don't know if she's a minor or not, so we can't do anything, which infuriated me. But the relevance to what you're saying is, the guy, this asshole, told her that, or was telling the stream, and her parents or whoever, the jinn is obsessed with her because he saw her without a hijab one time, and like he fell in love with her. And what did he say? He said something like, I don't know if it's a saying or part of a hadith or something, وَتَحْسَبُونَهُ هَيِّنًا, or I don't know if maybe it's part of a verse I'm not familiar with, but it's basically saying something along the lines of, you think it's a small matter, but taking off the hijab is a small matter, but then just not being careful in the right setting, he saw her without hair, and therefore he's possessing her, and this is why I'm gonna have to make her struggle in front of people and like waterboard her and stuff. I'm sorry, I just get really fired up about this stuff. I hate that not only young people, but young and old people, they wash their brains with this idea that monsters and like ghosts are all around us, and if you show your hair in the wrong setting, the monsters will sexually harass you, not just
Yes.
the actual living monsters.
Yes, that's exactly the sentiment I'm talking about. It's like nobody actually explains the hadith, right? Or like the verses, but they just, as soon as they see your hair, they're like, oh, put that away. And sometimes like there has to be spaces where women do their hair, right? But so, I'm not saying women would never do their hair, but there's just like certain spaces or around certain people. Like, let's say you're doing hair, and then like your dad comes in, he gets like antsy about it. And it's like, he's a what's the word, mahram man or whatever? Is it a
He's a
non-mahram?
mahram. He's a
mahram man. And he can see your hair, right? But he gets like antsy about it. So it's that thing where you go to the bathroom, you have to cover your hair, or in the villages.
Wait, is it because like he might be aroused by it or something?
I did have an uncle when I went last time. The one before that, he's now dead, but he had just come from Hajj, and he's like my dad's brother, like literal brother. And when he saw me wearing like tights, leggings, he told me to go put something on. So yes, I think some of them do get aroused, but some of them, I think it's more about like the whole negative view of women's hair, like the fear. There's also another hadith. I don't know if you heard about it. I don't know. I don't remember it. I don't know if it's hadith or a verse, but about, when you're naked, I think it's what you just said. When you're naked, or like as a woman, you're more likely to attract the jinns, right? And if you're naked, if you're not covered up, there's not going to be any angels around you. Or in a room, like if so hold on, sorry. I know you want to say something. Hold on. I just want to finish this thought. So even today, like until a couple of months ago, I'm an ex-Muslim and I haven't prayed for like so long, and I've been feeling like this for 14 years, but I still get scared at night. When I'm alone in bed, like I cover myself up because I'm scared, because like I'm like, damn, there's like a jinn like next to me right now, like trying to like look at me, and like they're trying to like possess me because I'm not covered up in my own bed alone, in my own fucking bed alone. Like what? Like this is like, that's how negative they see us. Like we're just like vessels of like evil. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I'm really sorry to hear that, and you're not alone in that. There was a caller who's called in a couple of times, and he's a man in, I don't remember if it was his 40s or 50s, and he was talking about something similar. He's really afraid of the dark because of all these ideas that were ingrained into him because of Islam. I'm really sorry that you have to go through that, and I know there's progress. There's gradual progress, and I hope you realize that sooner than later. I was just so frustrated that, like, see how insidious they are? The angels that are supposed to be protectors in specific situations sometimes, or they're snitches who are always like copying whatever you're thinking and saying to tell God, whatever these like fictional characters are, they disappear when you're naked, or like when you're not properly dressed. Even I recall that there was a hadith where Muhammad gaslit his young wife Aisha, and he told her, "Well, Jibril didn't want to come because you weren't properly dressed, because he's an angel or something."
Yeah,
So,
I think that's the one I'm talking about too. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that was a hadith where he hit her on the chest, and people say, "Oh, he just pushed her," whatever. I'm not going to get into that in the moment, but so angels, the good guys, like mostly good guys, can't see you in a more compromising position, even though they're a different species. They don't have any sexual interests, as far as I understand. But jinn that can possess you, that do have sexual interests in their whole like underworld, apparently, that exists all around us, they can be around you, but not the protectors. Like, how insidious is that idea? It just frustrates me that like we let people get away with this kind of insanity, but then we call it mental illness in other contexts. As someone, there was a caller who was trying to tell me like, this is mental illness and we're just okay with it. I understand that sentiment. It definitely leads to mental illness, and it can be classified as mental illness in any other context. This is child abuse in my opinion. But anyway, sorry to talk over you. I just had this like frustration about this.
No, it's okay. I feel the same. Anyway, so yeah, so you kind of grow up with those sentiments of people hating your hair, right? And like making you feel like you're evil. Like, not, it's not really like they don't talk about it out loud, you know. And recently I saw this hadith. Let me just I'm gonna cut off for a minute because I'm gonna look at my photos so I can look up the hadith number. It is
Yeah, that is a good point too, that there's a lot of things that scare off the angels, or they won't come if you have photos or drawings in your house or music, all this kind of stuff. Like the angel seems like, I don't know how to word this, like little scaredy cats, while the jinn are the OGs who like will mess you up. Like, how did the angels fight alongside the prophet and whatnot if there's such little delicate, easily offended things? Anyhow, sorry, did you pull up the hadith?
Yes. For me to read it, I would have to I would have to open another app, which then you wouldn't be able to hear me. So I'll just give you the number and I'll summarize it. The hadith number is 7039. And it's basically the prophet was dreaming.
Which one is this? Which
Bukhari.
Bukhari, okay.
7039 is basically I guess there's a dream, and they dreamt in the dream there was like a black woman with her hair unkept. And then he means like there's something bad that's gonna happen, and once I saw this, I'm like, oh shit, that's so this is what they knew as a kid. I didn't know this hadith, but I guess my parents and all the old people knew about this. So that's why they were telling me to cover my hair up. That's why they don't like me doing my hair outside and at a certain time, or they don't like that image. They don't like to see that image, And
that is so insidious. I had no idea that, like, I knew about this hadith, but I didn't know that even Black people would internalize it that way.
I mean, I don't even think people, I don't know what goes through people's head that, because me, I can't imagine myself hating being Black, and then accepting a religion that makes me hate being Black. But I think they kind of separate the two, or it's more like, when you think about it, a lot of people, when they think about women are second-class citizens in Islam, right? It tells you the man is in charge and they accept it. And the woman is less smart than a man. They're not as smart or whatever. They don't deserve as much money, to summarize it. And as a woman, as a Muslim woman, you have to accept this, right? You have to say, okay, I'm submitting to this. And I think it's the same thing when it comes to race. I don't know, nobody told me about it, but I'm assuming this is the same thing where you accept that, well, okay, Arabs are better. Like, Arabs are better than Blacks. And I'm okay with it. God made me this way. There's so many imagery of racism, of color. I don't know if it's racism or colorism, but there's so many imagery of like Black people, sorry, not Black people, but like Arabs being held at a certain standard, which when you look at it from a secular point of view, as a like, if you look at it historically, it makes sense, right? It's their religion. They're talking about themselves. It's their history. They're talking about themselves. They're gonna put themselves on a pedestal. But for me to accept that, like, I can't even imagine how I would be able to do that. For me to like take their point of view and put it on myself. And the only way I can accept it is to replace the woman with the black. You know, how you have to accept Islam a certain way as a woman, and as a black person, you kind of have to go through that same mind. You have to jump through the same hoops in order to accept Islam. And I don't know how progressive Muslims in America right now would accept it like that. Like, I don't know how, if I was a black woman in America and a quote unquote progressive liberal, I just don't know what goes through their head. But yeah, that's I really wanted to talk about that because I don't think many people are talking about it. Something else that came to mind was the last caller. She was talking about this sense of community, and I've kind of experienced that a little bit, where I will walk into a store. It kind of ties into what I'm talking about. So I walk into a store, and the store is owned by Arabs, right? And let's say it's in Brooklyn. This happened to me. I was in Brooklyn, and it's like a rough neighborhood. I walk, there's an Arab, and usually if you walk into a rough neighborhood, the stores are owned by Arabs or Chinese people or Asians in general, right? And there's like this sense, like, as soon as you walk in, and if you're from there, you're not going to notice. If you've never been anywhere else, you're not going to notice. But as soon as you walk in as a black person, and all the black people are customers, all the non-black people are not customers, they're the owners, there's like a level of like hierarchy right away. You know, there's like a glass in front of you, the safety glass. There's like, you know, the person sitting at the top, they're looking at you a certain way. They're like watching you browse, right? I come up to the thing. I give them my debit card, my credit card, sorry. And they don't accept credit cards there unless you have an ID, because there's a lot of people that steal, right? Like, they steal other people's card. But he saw my name and he was like, oh, my name is very Muslim. And he was like, oh, you're Muslim? I was like, yeah. Then I was like, no, I'm from blah, blah, blah. Then immediately I was like, okay, in his eyes. You know, so that sense of like belonging, but also if you're hijabi, if you're visibly Muslim, like if for you, for example, not to like put you on the spot, but if it's you or if it's any other Arab Muslim or any like Arab girl, you don't really have to wear the hijab to look Muslim. You could just walk anywhere in any Muslim community and people will treat you better right away, right? But for me, if I just look like a regular American, right, like a black American, which is like, if you're a Muslim person and you see an American, you're like, oh, they're an outsider. But if you're a Muslim American, you see a black American, at least from my experience, you're like, oh shit, those are the the criminals, you know. So if people see me as a black person, they just put me in this box along with all the black Americans, and in that box is also all the criminals and all the dangerous people, all the people you can't trust, right? And it would be easier for me to, if I was a hijabi. If I was a hijabi, I would just walk in and I'll be like, Assalamu alaikum, blah, blah, blah. They would just be nice to me. They would treat me like their sister. You know, they'll probably give me a discount, you know. So I definitely get that sentiment where there's like this need to like, I don't know if it's a need, but there's an extra benefit that comes with being a hijabi if you're a black person in America, because then you're not really just a black person, you know. And it's not just about being a black American. It's not just about being a hijabi. It's like if you're a black person in America and you can tell people, I'm not just black, I'm something else too, then people treat you better right away. Like
as if it adds a dimension to your being, to your character, aside from just the one dimension of being black to them.
Yeah, because there's such a negative view of black people here that they don't. they'll just dismiss you as like a criminal, or like as a, you know, like a scammer. And it doesn't even have to be a criminal. It could be something mild, like you're dumb, or like you're uninteresting, or all that things. But as soon as you can add another level, that, oh, I'm actually African, oh, you have a accent, you have a cute accent, or you know, you lived somewhere else a little bit more. And then if you add so yeah, I think, sorry, I don't know if I'm making sense, but I think as a hijabi, there's a little bit of that privilege that comes with it if you're a Black American. Yeah.
That's very interesting. That I hadn't thought of it that way, obviously, because I'm not part of that community and I don't experience that every day. But a lot of people are agreeing with that. Like Sousou was on earlier, and she also comes from, I guess she could be considered African American in that sense. But yeah, thanks for sharing that. That's a very interesting observation. You touched on talking about that hadith that you had mentioned earlier, and not enough people talk about this. I tried to talk about this hadith before, how even if the Prophet wasn't being explicitly racist here, the symbolism that he's using, that coincidentally all things black are bad and all things white are good, right? This kind of primitive idea from back in the day, black magic, you know, there's white magic, I guess. And the idea that a Black woman would symbolize a plague is so harmful that it will someday cause harm, as you are already seeing that. And the hadith about the Prophet saying, even if your leader is a Ethiopian slave with a raisin head, with a head like a raisin, who uses language like that? Like, today we know better. We know that this causes harm in the future, even if you're talking to a bunch of idiots of their time who don't see a problem with calling someone, you know, he looks like a raisin head. What? It's just a description, bro. So, like, have you ever confronted people in your community about this, or heard them talk about any of this, or how do they rationalize it?
I've never talked to anybody about it directly. Actually, I think I did something really brave today by sharing like an anti-Black verse from the Quran on my Instagram today, and nobody replied yet. I don't think I will ever. No, I'm not gonna say I will never do it, but I think I've never done it, and I don't usually like confront people directly with it. But the day before I posted this hadith, and another woman who's Black from the same country, who's Muslim, she goes, "Oh, would you be interested in this if she wasn't Black? Like, the woman in the dream was white. Would you be interested in this?" That was her question. And I think to her, because she already knows I'm ex-Muslim, she's saying that I'm only sharing it. I'm looking for problems, basically. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
That is a good question. No, I get what she's asking, and like her point of view is that you care because you're Black and an ex-Muslim, so you're trying to find something problematic that seems problematic. I want to hear your answer to that.
I told her, yes, I am more interested in it because I'm Black. And it was true. I didn't elaborate because I had a feeling she didn't want to argue that day. Usually we would have debates, but we didn't debate about it. But if we had gone on more, I would say, yes, I'm very interested in the colorism of Islam, and I'm interested in sharing it because I feel like other people should see it, you know. And I do feel like it did a number on us. Like, my people who I can share this because there's a lot of us. We're Fulani, the tribe, and some of us believe that we're half Arabs. Like, some of us believe that we're Arabs, and there's like this whole like fetishization. Sorry, fetishizing of Arabs and our women. Like, there's people that when I'm talking to them, like men from other African countries or African tribes, they like fetishizes me so much because of that idea of, oh, you're part Arab, and I don't even look Arab. I look Black. You know,
so
but
it's just the idea that you belong to that tribe that claims to be part Arab or Arab.
Yes,
like, that's hot to them, like, or that's desirable.
Yeah, but it's like I feel like this is all because of the like the way Arabs are portrayed in the Quran, which makes sense because it's like Arabs wrote it, you know, it makes sense that they would talk up themselves. But I think to me that's just proof that Islam isn't for us. It's just for Arabs for back in the day, you know. It's just a legend for Arabs. But yeah, it did a huge number on us. And I don't want to talk too much because I know some people are waiting, but I have an aunt who, like, I have my own experiences with colorism, right? But I have an aunt who, one of my uncle's wives, she's so dark, right? She's really, really dark, beautiful skin. And I heard somebody say that my grandmother said that she's so dark that she's the reason why my uncle didn't make enough money, because it's like bad luck to be so dark. Like that's the type of
That's all the like primitive thinking of symbolic of, you know, black is bad and your hand is going to be white if you didn't do sins and all that like all that stuff, or your face is going to be white. That all stems from these very primitive ideas, very superstitious.
Yeah. And actually, sorry, exmuslim.org on the Instagram page, they shared something today. Hold on, let me pull that up too.
When the call ends, I do want to answer that question that her friend had asked her about, would you care if this woman wasn't black, if it was a white woman? So please remind me if I don't get to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a verse 3106 to 107. I'm just gonna summarize it. It's that it says that on the day of judgment, the good people are gonna be white and the bad people are gonna be dark. Not just the bad people, but like I guess the ex-Muslims, people who used to believe, but then they become ex-Muslims. They become black. And
this
so
is
you know,
verse 6 and 7 of Surah 31. You there?
7.
Sorry, you
Surah
cut out
3.
again. Surah what?
Surah 3, verse
Okay, 3.
106 to 107.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to pull it up for people to see at the same time. So stop the screen. Because I like to show the sources so that people don't say that we're taking it out of context and all that kind of stuff. So here it is. So on the day, some faces will turn white and some faces will turn black. As for those whose faces turn black, to them it will be said, did you disbelieve after you believe? Then taste the punishment for what you used to reject. And that's a very stupid sentiment that like people are intentionally disbelieving after they believe, as if like a Christian used to believe Christianity, if they join Islam, it's celebrated. So isn't that a good thing? And those whose faces will turn white, they will be within the mercy of Allah. They will abide therein eternally. And to get ahead of what a lot of apologists would say, they're not saying their race is going to be turned to white or black. Yeah, maybe not. But the symbolism, like why would you make a face black to mean bad when black people exist or darker skin color people exist?
Right. I mean, yeah, there's just so many symbols of black being bad, and I really think it affected us. And I think this brings me back to my original point that when it comes to the hijab, and I don't know if it sounds like I'm reaching or not, but there's like a lot of pressure to like be light skin, and a lot of women even bleach, right? And when you're I think the hijab is another symbol of being Arab to me. Sometimes it's like it's another level of being Arab, and it's not just like about covering your head. Like certain women, they just cover their head, but because of the whole superstitions of the jinns and like being attacked by the evil or whatever. But also some women, they go out of their way to like dress like Arabs, like to dress like the Saudis. Like my mother dresses from head to toe. Like there was a moment, I don't think she does this anymore. There was a moment where she would literally only show her eyes, like her hand and her feet were covered, you know. And it's like the robe is like literally behind her, like dragging behind her, You know what I mean? And this is what we're aspiring to, and it's really scary to me. And it's like, sorry, one more thing. We have beautiful dresses, right? We have beautiful cultural outfits and all that stuff, and it's almost like we're being erased. Like visually, when I'm walking down the capital of my country on the street in my neighborhood, I don't want to say that we're all like this, right? 90% of my country is Muslim, but only like maybe 20% is like covered up. I'm just throwing out numbers for the 20%. I don't know, but we're not all like that. But some of the neighborhoods you walk in, like you walk in those neighborhoods, everybody's covered from head to toe. There's like literally the robes are like dragging behind them. I go to the village and these people are like abandoning their cultures. They're abandoning how they dress. They're abandoning how they talk. They just dress like Arabs now. And it's just like, it's scary to me. And I don't want to sound like I hate Arabs. And it's a really complicated conversation because it's like, here in America, Arabs are like, they're minorities, right? They're not like, it's not, yeah, we're all minorities. But in my world, it's like, why are we aspiring to be like you when you're like, for me, it's like the way you're written in the books that we're reading and the way we're looking at you. How is it different from the way that Black Americans used to look at white people? How is it different? Like how is white supremacy different than the way Arabs are portrayed in the Quran and the culture and how we practice? Anyway, yeah, I'm done.
No, I hear you, and I hear the frustration in your voice that this topic isn't being talked about often. As Paul was saying, thanks for the super chat, Paul. They were saying she should make a YouTube channel. Not many African ex-Muslims are vocal. It was interesting hearing all this. Obviously, no pressure, but I'm just relaying how much people wanted to hear you talk about this. So yeah, thank you for talking about this. It's like I've said, I've talked about this topic a couple of times in the past, but I think it was on TikTok, which, by the way, I'm banned again on TikTok. I don't even use it. Yeah, because apparently, hate speech is only when we talk about facts in the Quran. But yeah, as I was saying, I've touched on this topic and the amount of like just vicious opposition I got from usually non-Black Muslims saying, no, Islam says everybody's equal in the eyes of Allah, and like you're just making up stuff, you're nitpicking. So I'm glad that I have people from that background calling in and telling me what they think about the topic, because it's so validating and I don't want to just speak for you. So I'm glad that you have called today.
Thank you. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for this shadow. And really, thank you for everything you do, because unless you have more questions, I'm going to just say goodbye right now. But yeah, thank you for everything you're doing.
Of course.
And especially when that whole Salman Rushdie happened, I just wanted to like scream. But it's like, I couldn't do it because you can't talk about these things openly. I can't just talk about these things on social media. Even when I can sometimes post certain things, it's not enough. So it's good to have these things. Even if I'm just like listening to your videos and like watching your videos, it's great. Yeah. And thank you for opening this channel for people to call in. I almost feel like we owe you bills, like you should invoice us like a therapist bill. But
No, I'm not a medical health professional, mental health professional, but I'm so glad that this is how you feel. You feel very comfortable here and watching my videos. So I'm glad you've had that space here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks, Mariame, for calling. I do want to address some comments before I get to the next callers, but I will be quick for the next caller. Man, you sent a super chat. Just FYI, people, I really appreciate the stickers and the super chats. And I usually will give you a shout out right away if I can. But if I'm talking to someone, I don't want to interrupt them and just show a super chat, especially if it's not relevant. I might just put it on the screen if it is relevant and then address it later. But anyhow, so about this super chat, thanks again. I do appreciate it. The woman asked, "Oh Allah's Messenger, what is deficient in our intelligence and religion, aql and deen?" He said, "It is not the evidence. Is it not the evidence that two women are equal to the witness of one man?" Yeah, there was a lot of backwards, like circular logic here, where according to these hadiths, Muhammad said that a woman, naqisatu aqlin wa deen, they're lacking in deen, intelligence and deen, and lacking in deen because they don't pray and fast on days when they have their menstruation, which is what Allah decided anyway. So he's shaming them for something that they like, and they have to make up for it later. So how are they lacking? But that's a stupid discussion to have even. And lacking in intelligence, and he uses evidence, which is if they weren't lacking in intelligence or brain or whatever, how come you need two of them for each witness, which is a rule that he made up, or allegedly Allah. So it's a very silly logic there, but thanks for sharing that hadith. And that's another good point. Nazone says, there's definitely racism in Islam, like the description of Hur al-Ain in Jannah, the pale, fully breasted, but very pale women. And you notice that in a lot of hadith that they're talking about, she's a very beautiful woman from this tribe, and she's very pale. She's very beautiful and very pale. Obviously, that was that's not Quran, sure, but there is Quran that kind of pushes that narrative that paleness is beauty, and that's very indicative of the people around the time. So of course, the person or people who wrote the Quran have picked it up from the culture around them. Where are my dark queens at? Why is it always about the pale women in Islam? And Paul, again, thanks for the super chat, says, Mariam's talk is so eye-opening. Everybody appreciated Mariam calling in. So thank you, Mariam, and everybody else so far. Every single caller, people have been saying, fantastic, thank you for calling. Anyhow, now I'll get to, there are a few more comments, but I'm in a rush to get to the next caller because she's limited on time. And then I'll get back to some of the comments that I had put aside. So if I don't get to yours, I'm trying. Rihab, I think it's Rihab. I'm going to add you in 3, 2, 1. Actually, before I add you, are you okay with your name? Let me just do that for you. I'm going to remove your last name just in case. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Rihab, how's it going?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Oh my goodness. Okay, first thing, really, we do owe you bills, as she said. And please excuse my anxiety because I'm really like growing into the whole thing. You understand? Like, and excuse my English also. I don't speak English fluently.
That's okay.
It's not my first language. All right, Mariam is so
fantastic. Feel free to express yourself however you want. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So Mariam is so right? Because I'm actually pure African who was born and raised in Saudi Arabia. Okay. There is a whole, there is racism for real because if you wear a scarf, suddenly you're more accepted than when you don't wear a scarf as a Black person. You understand? I really, continue.
No, go ahead. It's just acknowledging.
So she's really right about that. About hijab, to be honest, I just took my hijab off just last week and I'm still living in an Arab country, not per se Saudi Arabia. And I'm really struggling still with the whole thing, you know?
Well, first of all, I'm glad that you made that step. It sounds like you wanted to, and I'm glad that you did do that, but I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling. What kind of struggles are you facing?
The judgments purely from people. There is a chance I might lose my job. Also, you have that. Things like that, to be honest. But the whole thing is, you see, when you are born and raised in Saudi Arabia, it really, especially in the times that we were born and raised, which is the 90s and the 80s, it was purely a new movement, Islamic movement at that time, called the Awakening. I don't know if you're aware of it.
Is it called a Nahda?
Wahhabism movement also. It's also popular for that name.
Okay.
So that time was really hard with the morality police and everything. So all I could say is everyone go back to the Iranian revolution now.
Sorry,
you will understand.
Everyone go to the Iranian revolution, you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What they are doing is they are facing something. Thank God now Saudi Arabia is turning to be a secular country, right? I'm so happy for this movement. But really, like just 7 years ago, we used to struggle just like Iranian women. We were not allowed to take off our scarf. A police morality will come and take you. So these guys really affected our personalities so much to the core that it's very hard for us to make simple decisions, you know? Like even having this call with you, where I go through like major anxiety just to express my opinion, you know? So I'm really lucky for this channel, and this is my first time going live. I hope in the future I reach to where you reached, where me, myself, I can have my own videos and express my ideas, you know, freely without the restriction, without the anxiety and all of it. So I really thank you, and I'm really sorry, you know. I tried to be straight in my ideas and points, but I hope my voice comes out. That's how we are.
You sound so very well spoken. You sound very nice, and you've articulated everything very well. And I'm just inviting you, if you ever want to call in again in a future live stream, feel free.
Of course, I will. I cannot wait to go back home. I'm actually at work, just to like attend the whole live from the beginning until the end. But yeah, thank you so much for giving me a space. I feel like people to know that women are struggling to this extent just because of a scarf. You understand? Let alone whether you believe in the religion or not, and the existence of God or not, is really to be addressed. You understand?
Yeah, I really.
And I know.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of girls like me who just want to voice their opinions, but they cannot. Even if your voice shake, girls, come out. Especially Black queens, come out. Yeah, really, we have to be white now to go to the heaven, or what? Or when we go to the finally we are white. It's
no,
so racist.
You not being white is sparing you from becoming heaven Houris, I guess.
No. This shit is really backward and retarded. I don't even know like how people take these things seriously as religious teachings. I don't know, you see. But if people can only think about these little details, the racism, I don't know, there is a lot, you know, if you want to pick up on, but the scarf thing is real and it's painful. You can get rejected from your family, from your job. It is serious and it shouldn't be this bad, you understand? If it is really a pure message or whatever it is, it shouldn't be like that, you understand? It should come naturally, it should be okay, it should be, I don't know, but all I know is that it's not something natural anyway. So yeah.
Well, I just want to reiterate, you can call in whenever next time, whenever like I know you said you're anxious, you don't sound like you sound very, very well spoken. So whenever you want to call in again, talk whatever about what you want to talk about. And have a good rest of your day at work.
Of course. Thank you so much, Aladdin. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Thanks, Rihab. I just want to highlight some comments before getting to the next caller. Zagros was saying, you got yourself a co-host, mate. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe. And Rihab immediately sounds like Doorknob had saying, Rihab immediately sounds like someone that would do really well with her own YouTube channel. I can tell, despite her being anxious, she is really fired up and she has a lot to say. So we would love to see and hear more from Rihab, or just hear more from Rihab in her daily life. So I've got a few more comments to read and the last caller, but just to respect the last caller's time, I'm going to get to the last caller first, and then I will get to the comments that I had set aside. So thank you for waiting for so long, Zed. I don't know which one is which. I will add you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Aladdin. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, that's good. So, my name is Zed. I don't know, ZZ, same thing. So I'm from Australia and I'm also an ex-Muslim. I wanted to talk about a lot of things, but now I'm going blank because I heard a lot of the women talking before me and they had a lot of like really, really good points. But yeah,
if you want me to vamp while you think of something, feel free. But take your time.
So I still wear the hijab.
Okay.
It's something that I've been wearing since I was like 6 or 7. I can't even remember, but I've been wearing it like my whole life, pretty much. So like on the outside, I'm very visibly Muslim. I have a very Muslim name, you know. I live like a very, very double life, I would say. I just think that the hijab itself is the epitome of misogyny. Like, as someone who wears it, like I walk out of the house with hijab and abaya, and the hijab itself, I hate when people say it's been weaponized. I don't think it's since Islam's like inception as a religion, it was used as a tool to objectify and like abuse women, and that's what, like, I believe that's the reason why like women were even told to wear it. Like, you know, the hadith with Umar, where he saw the wife of the Prophet, you know, chucking a piss, and he's like, you know, you should start wearing a hijab. Like,
you're so Aussie that like you said chucking a piss. I did not expect that, but feel free to express yourself however you want. I really don't mind. That's just funny.
yeah. Things like that really like pissed me off, because it was just like, you know, the hijab itself, like the Quran is so misogynistic. Like, you know, there is verses in the Quran saying beat your wife. I heard there was Rihab, she's from Saudi, and I like that she was talking about black Muslim women specifically, because in Saudi, I've been there, and there was a famous sheikh, I can't remember his name, but he said in Arabic, it's better for Arab women to wear the niqab than a black woman, because black women, they don't really have awra. There's nothing beautiful about them. Like, they don't have to cover their face because they're not beautiful.
So it's sorry to interrupt, but this kind of sounds similar to, like, okay, I get that the idea is they're not beautiful to them. This sounds similar to what I was talking about with another caller earlier on. Maybe it was Stargirl, about how if a woman has curves on her body, then it's immodest to wear regular fitting clothes. But if she doesn't have curves, then she would be seen as more modest or less immodest if she's wearing the same exact clothes. So it's really about the perception in the men's eyes.
Exactly, you know, because the hijab itself, it's used for men. Like, we wear it so men aren't attracted to us. It's not so much, it has nothing to do with our it doesn't have anything to do with our relationship with God, because like I don't know if you know, but like slave women don't have the same aura as of course you know this, like they don't have the same aura as a free woman. So it's like, it's not even about our modesty for God, because why is God differentiating between the two of us? Do you know what I mean? Like,
and why is God offended by your aura anyway? Or like, is it
always,
boastful?
why am I covering myself from God? He's God. Like,
he has X-ray vision.
Exactly, you know, and
he watches you in the shower anytime. Like, he's like Omar watching you chuck a piss, as he put it. Like, that's God.
Exactly. That's literally my point. Like, the hijab itself is just a weapon of like misogyny. Like, the religion of Islam is a misogynistic religion inherently. Like, there is nothing liberating about hijab, and I wish I didn't have to wear it. Like, I wear it. I'm an adult woman. Like, I have a body of my own, but at the same time, I don't have that choice. Do you know what I mean? I live in the West, but I'm a diaspora child. Do you know what I mean? Like, my family come from a very, very conservative culture, but even like, you know, you look at photos of my family, like none of them wearing hijab, and I think it's like the more like Muslims live in the West, the more conservative they are. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I feel like Muslims in the West are way more conservative than in our home countries. Like, I've always thought that, because like here in the West, like from a very, very young age, we are like wearing hijab, we're wearing niqab even. But like, I go back to my family back home, they're much more relaxed about the hijab, or much more, you know, like ready to put it on later, or things like that. I don't know. Like, I just felt like it was very weird, the imbalance.
Well, why do you think that is?
I feel like it's because they think that we are going to lose our Islamic values by living in the West. So they shove Islam down your throat a lot earlier and a lot more sooner here, rather than if I was living in a Muslim country, it's much more easier for me to learn about Islam, because I'm surrounded, you know, in a completely Islamic society. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of like paranoia about going too far to the other side. So you stay super, super close to the more literal interpretations of the religion, And see, that's why I always say, when people say it's, I'm not talking about the violence specifically, but when people adhere to Islam in a very obsessive, compulsive way, and others say that is extremism, I think it's not extremism to want to follow the rules to a T if the stakes are so high. So I get why people are being more careful if the temptation is higher, or, you know, the outsiders are all around you, so you want to cling to it harder. It makes sense from that point of view. Yeah.
Yeah, and like on the topic of like hijab and racism, I think that hijab itself is a very like I agreed with the whole anti-blackness that comes with the hijab, because if you think about it, like we are told to wear hijab. Like I was told to wear hijab so my skin doesn't get darker. That was a thing that my mom told me, like, you know, the more you cover up, you can have nicer skin, your skin will stay nice. You know, that's something I was told. And I don't even know if this is like a sahih hadith, but this was something that I was told as a child, that the Prophet Muhammad said, you know, khair an-nas al-Arab. You know, like the best of the people are the Arabs and things like that. So like we were just, hijab is the epitome of beauty in a lot of non-Arab cultures, or in a lot of like Northeast African cultures, I would say, because it represents an Arab woman. It represents the Arab ideal. And I liked what I was listening to Mariam before, like she had the exact point that I was thinking about. Like we are complimented for looking more Arab, or looking more like I don't even know what I'm saying, but like the beauty standard, like we seem to follow it more. Like when we wear niqab, like you take off the niqab, your skin stays light. You know, your hands are staying light, your arms, your whole body stays light. You don't get darker. And that's what they say.
Who is that for? Like staying lighter skinned for who?
For the man that we want to marry. For the man that we get married to, for our family, for the women, because like, you know, when you have women gatherings, you don't have to wear the hijab or anything, you know, you look better than most people that you're with because of your lighter skin and your lighter appearance. Like the hijab itself, there is nothing, for me, I've never viewed hijab as something religious or like a commandment from Allah, because it never seemed that way to me. It always seemed as like something superficial. It was just something that was made so I can be more physically attractive for like the man I'm going to marry. Like, you know, it's just, I just think that's absolutely nuts. I don't know.
Well, why didn't you see it as a commandment from Allah when you were taught it as like, you know, God said do this? Or were you taught it in a different way? You know, you'll be prettier if you do this.
Like for me, when I was really young when I started to wear it, and I wasn't told in the beginning. It wasn't like, oh, this is something from Allah, or have you read the Quran? You know, I was never told. Like when I first started to wear it, it was more so like, you know, you're a big girl now. I was literally like, what, in like first grade? And they're like, you're a big girl now, and like you will look how much beautiful. Like they would get me like these, you know, hijabs with, you know, the sparkles on it, like the big glittery ones. They'd be like, look how pretty you look with it. You look way better, you know. And they used to like, a lot of my aunts, they used to make fun of me. They used to call my hair like mankush, you know, very like unkept. So they said, look, now you look better with the hijab. Now you look decent. You look more presentable. Look at you now. And it was told to me like that. And then when I got to like what, 13, 14, maybe, I started to get told, like, you know, this is something that Allah has ordained. You know, now that you have it on, you can never take it off. Now you're an adult. Like this is something forever, you know.
Wasn't there some kind of campaign or saying going around like anti ajmal bin niqab or something like that?
Yeah.
You're prettier in hijab. Sorry, not niqab. I was reading a comment. Anti ajmal bil hijab or something like that. You're prettier with the hijab. Was a sentiment that they were like, it was kind of in the zeitgeist in popular culture. I don't remember if I saw advertisements with that kind of thing, but I never really understood it. So the hijab that is supposed to cover you, right, and put a barrier between you and men is making you prettier in a sense. Like, did you get that like pressure that it not just it keeps your skin lighter and all that, but you're prettier while you're wearing it than if you had your hair out? Did you get that at all?
That's exactly how I felt. And they were another thing that like I was told was like, okay, if I wear the hijab, I'm not showing off my assets, so people can just imagine. So like I was building up like what's the word, like of an ideal for other people. Like, do you know what I mean? Like they can just imagine Do you know what I'm saying? Like, by wearing...
if you wear a hijab, you're not giving away all your like cards, I guess. Like,
yeah, like it was so people can just. There was a. Well, honestly, there was something that it's like you wear it, and people will have you're more hidden. Like they have to try to guess. Like you're not easy. You're not an easy woman. Like, oh, I'm really not thinking tonight.
Okay, I think I get what you mean. Like it's kind of like the sentiment that, well, not in Muslim countries, but don't kiss a guy or sleep with a guy in the first night kind of thing.
Exactly. Like that's what I was told to keep the hijab on. I was just like, holy shit, like
you're giving away something for free when they need to work for it, or
it does exactly. So for me, that is what kept me wearing the hijab. Like throughout my teenage years, what kept me wearing the hijab was that exact thing. Like I didn't want to be seen as easy or cheap. And I remember when I was like 15, I had a friend of mine. She wasn't even Muslim, but she was Middle Eastern background. She was Christian, I'm pretty sure. One day I went out with her and I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna take off the hijab. Who's gonna notice? Like I'm still dressed modestly, so I took it off. And the feeling that I had when I had it off literally made me put it back on. Like the little mind fuck that I had of like, you're disgusting, you're cheap. Look how many men have looked at you. I went home and I'm just like thinking like, astaghfirullah, like God's not gonna forgive me. What did I do? I gave myself away. I'm so cheap. For every eye that like, I felt like a whore. Like all these men had looked at me today with my hair out. Like I'm disgusting. And even
you said something, for every eye. Can you finish that thought? Like for every person that saw you, you felt like it was like a number that was counting up?
Exactly. That's exactly what I was like. For every eye on me, like I felt like I was getting sins for that. I was gonna get adab. All these like crazy things. And then I was like reading a hadith that says like for every hair strand you show, that's Allah's gonna hang you by your hair strands and burn you in hell, or something similar, like something along the lines of that. And it was just like, even now, I am an atheist. I don't even believe in a God, and I still wear the hijab. And like, even now, like taking off the hijab is something I don't even have the confidence in myself to do. Like, forget the family or society pressure that I already like have. The thought of me taking off the hijab, I don't even think I have the strength to do that. Not even just like I'm literally being serious. Like, forget I live near my family. Forget I'm here. Like, I don't think I even have the strength to do that, and I don't think I'll be able to do that anytime soon. And that's the sad part. Like, it's so much indoctrination and abuse, and then I'm told that, oh, hijab is liberating. It's a choice. It's not a choice, and it never was a choice. And I think a lot of these women who say it's a choice, they know it's not a choice, and they're trying to. I think it's their way of dealing with that, like just to lie to themselves and say it is a choice, or my hijab, my choice. They know it's not a choice, and I know it's not a choice. But we're all just playing these charades and pretending that it's a choice or it's something beautiful.
I'm really sorry that what you said, that even if there's no community policing or you're not worried about your family and whatnot, it's still difficult to take it off, and you don't think you would do it anytime soon. Just know that you're not alone in that sentiment. Like, so many women I've spoken to have that same feeling, like feeling naked or ashamed or uncomfortable if they take it off. And it's okay. Like, it takes time to get used to your own, being in your own skin, so to speak. And I hope that you achieve that at some point in the near future. And I'm going to bring up an upsetting, like, apologist retort to that. So if there were, imagine the most obnoxious, sister, listen to me, kind of apologist being like, so if you feel more comfortable in the hijab than taking it off, isn't it a sign from God that it's good for you? And that, see, that's how they twist things. So what would you say to that?
I just tell them to its face, like, it's because I've been abused and indoctrinated in it for so long. What kind of sign is this? Like, honestly, I don't even know how to respond. I would just laugh. Like, I don't even think I'd have a response. Like, that's such a disgusting thing to say to someone. Do you know what I mean?
And I'm sorry to conjure such a question seemingly out of thin air, but I tend to think that way because I try to think of every angle to something. And I've heard Muslims say worse things than that. You know, like, oh, so isn't this abuse, or like, isn't this trauma response a sign that you should keep doing the same thing, that it's good? Yeah, I would respond to them. I would try to tell them something similar. Like, it's as if someone like has been scared of the outside because they keep getting beaten by their family members if they ever leave the house, and now they never want to leave the house even if their family members aren't around. Is that a sign that the outside is more dangerous than being alone in your house and all that? No, it's just a sign of, you know, trauma. So yeah, I hope that preemptively, if anyone hears that very stupid line of reasoning, you know how to laugh in their face or respond to them. Yeah, I'm just thinking about the amount of women who called in today, and every single one of them said, it's not a choice, it's not a choice, it's not a choice. Like, I don't know how many there have been today, but how do you think we can get this message across to those who say that it is a choice?
For the people, like for women who genuinely say it's a choice, like I want them to go live their lives as a woman in Iran or as a woman in Egypt, even like a so-called secular, you know, Muslim country. Go look at what it's like to live without hijab. Like, okay, I'll use Egypt as the example because it's a country I know. If you went to Egypt as a woman who doesn't even wear the hijab, right, or even as a non-Muslim woman altogether, right, the amount of abuse you'll get in the street just for not wearing a hijab. Men think it's okay to touch you physically. They think it's okay to spit on you and tell you how disgusting you are. They even do this to Christian women over there. You know what I mean? Like, astaghfirullah. So if you think it's such a choice, right, obviously at the end of the day, like, you have the physical choice to, you know what I mean? Like, you have control over your own body. Like, if you don't wear the hijab, like, you can actually take it off. Do you know what I mean? But
for some, not all women, but yeah, for even if you do, is what you're
obviously,
saying.
Not, I didn't mean to say all women, but I mean for a lot of women, you know what I mean? Like, you could, you know, pull it off your head and just walk in the street. But what you will face as a result of that will make you put it back on. And then it's not so much of a choice anymore, because it's not just up to you as a person. Like, there are so many like things involved with actually wearing the hijab, like the people that you're around, you know, your friends, your family, the society you live in, all of these things like come together, and it's sort of the reason why you wear the hijab. Like, if my mother didn't wear the hijab, I don't think I'd be wearing the hijab, and it would send a chain reaction on and on and on. You know what I mean? Like, we wear it. A lot of like women in my family, we wore it because, you know, we were just surrounded by that. Like, my mom, she didn't even wear the hijab until she came to Australia. And that tells you something. You know what I mean? She came here and she settled around a lot of very, very religious people from our ethnic background. And as she got surrounded with them, she put on the hijab. And her putting it on, my older sister put it on. And then I, like, you know, as a child, then it just started and went on and on and on and on and on. Like, it's really not a choice. Like, it's like a chain reaction. Like, one person does it, we all do it. Like, it's not really a choice. And we're all told that. I don't know where I'm going with this thought, but I had a good point. I swear, I don't know where I'm going. It's like 3 a.m.
Oh, well, thanks for staying up this late to talk to me, or to like talk on the channel. Well, if it helps you get back to your conclusion, I was asking, what do you think we could do to change the minds of those people who say it is a choice? And you're answering, like, even if it's a physical choice, it's not actually a choice.
Yeah, because of the actual, what's it called, mental, like okay, physically, apart from like the abuse you'd face, like how people can emotionally blackmail and manipulate you into wearing it. You know what I mean? That's not a choice. And regardless of whether your family says, oh, you don't have to wear it, like, or you just don't want to wear it, like, the people around you, other people are always going to be involved in that relationship that you have with the hijab. So to say like that it is a choice, I think that's a very manipulative statement. It's a choice for a very few number of women, a very few privileged number of women who don't know what it's like to live in a Muslim society or live in a family that practices Islam. Do you know what I mean? Like, for the women who say it's a choice, okay, you've put it on and that's your choice, right? You're only wearing it because you don't want to burn in hell. Like, that's still not a choice within itself. Do you know what I mean? Like, when they say, oh, I'm wearing it because it's my choice. You're wearing it because Muhammad said that you're going to be hung by your hair strands in hell. You're wearing
What
it.
if they say like I'm wearing it because it makes me feel more confident and not objectified and all that stuff? Do you think that's actually why they wear it, or do you think that's a rationalization after being like then knowing that you have to? What do you think?
Okay, I think that's the biggest load of bullshit that I've actually ever heard in my life, and I've heard that a lot actually. And I used to make that same argument. You know, first of all, like, who's telling you to walk down the street in a bikini? No one is saying that. They think that by not wearing hijab, you're automatically naked in the street. That's not what anyone says.
But it says a lot about how they view non-hijabi women.
Exactly. And I would say the hijab itself is the biggest tool of objectification I've ever seen. The hijab objectifies women. Okay, that to think that when a girl is 8 years old and she gets her first period, now she's a woman and she has to veil. Like, the idea of veiling to cover your beauty, like, that is so objectifying, and that is so anti-feminist or anti whatever they want to call it. They say that this is liberating. That is the least liberating load of garbage that I've ever seen or heard. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is the most clearest form of objectification and abuse of women. Yet they say this is what makes me feel free. Like, it's Stockholm syndrome. I really think it's Stockholm syndrome.
That's for a lot of people. That's part of it. That's why there are some ex-Muslim women who are very vocal, and one in particular, I'm not going to mention names, but she is obsessively like insulting towards me. And her whole mentality is like, she keeps posting about how hijab is not a choice. Like, why do Muslim women think that they even have a choice in the matter? You're going to go to hell. You have to obey your husband. Polygamy is fantastic. All this kind of stuff. I can see, like, no woman grows up to think that by herself. Like, that is usually a result of, you have to love your captor. You have to love your abuser, or else what is your life? Like, to realize that your life is miserable and you have no way out. So I empathize with that aspect of like Stockholm syndrome that some of them may have. It doesn't mean that every hijabi woman has Stockholm syndrome, or everyone who defends the hijab has Stockholm syndrome, but that is definitely an aspect for some. Yeah, I hope you're able to, let it out, because I know it's probably been on your mind for a while.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't like want to insult all like muhajjabat and say that they all are suffering from some sort of like disease. Like, no, I just think that a lot of them have been indoctrinated like I was, because even till now, like I've said, I still wear it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's a level of abuse that is so like intricate and so like, I don't know how to explain. It's so bad that we haven't even realized it. A lot of us, like I'm still suffering from it to a degree. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I want a lot of Muslim women to just sit down and read the Quran and read the Hadith and read what this religion really thinks of you as a woman. Look how the Prophet views women. Like, look how the Quran views women. Like, don't even try to play mental gymnastics. Like, you don't even have to look at what the ulama or whatever say. Look at it yourself, and you come to your own conclusion. And if you still think that's the right religion for you, I can't say anything to you. Like, that's your life and that's how you want to live. But Islam has stolen like the lives of many women, and I don't want to like sit here and act. I don't want to like, sugarcoat how I feel about it. It's something like it's really disgusting. I think I view the religion as a very disgusting and violent religion, and I think that women have taken the short end of the stick, and I just want them to realize that we don't say this stuff. Ex-Muslims don't come out and talk about this because we are anti-Islam or we're Islamophobic or any of that garbage. You know what I mean? We're doing it because we actively care. We care about you. Like, we care about people who are suffering. Like, this religion has stolen the lives of women. It has abused women in so many ways. And as we see now, women in Iran are finally talking. We have women in the Khalij who are fleeing the Khalij every day, and they're coming out into the West and they're talking about it. And they're making it very clear. We have women in Sudan, women in Somalia, like, all over the Muslim world. You have women talking. Are you going to say they're all ex-Muslim? I'm not. Are you going to say they're all anti-Islam, Islamophobic? These are Muslim women talking about it too, So I think that they just have to, like, seriously, just think about it. rationalize it. Are you sure? You know?
I really appreciate that I appreciate every single person who's called in, like, ever. But I like that you are giving a voice to those who are somewhere in between, in the sense that you're not yet able to take off the hijab. And I hope that you are able to at some point soon. But there are some women who would hear, other ex-Muslim women talk, and they're like, yeah, I want to take it off, but I can't, or I've taken it off and my life is so much better and all that. And they don't feel like they fit in. They feel like, is there something wrong about me? Am I the only one who can't take it off, even though I don't believe? And it's good to show representation of everyone in this space. And I really, really hope that it helps you and everyone else who's listening to get past that stage. And yeah, how do you feel about, after talking about all this, how do you feel now compared to the beginning of the call?
I feel like definitely I've let out a lot of things, I think there's a lot of things that I want to say, but I think this is like, a lot of the things that I wanted to mention. I feel really good because, I feel like there are lots of Muslim women who are ex-Muslims, but they don't want to admit that within themselves. And so I think they come and they listen. And I think that's the best part. Like, I love to see more women, like, even if they don't agree with everything I've said, like, they're willing to listen. There are people that are listening that hear me, and they hear themselves while they listen to me. Like, I think that's a beautiful thing in itself. And I just want them to know, like, it's okay, it's okay to, like, disagree with Islam. It's okay to question things. It's okay to, say, wait, why am I doing this? Like, why is this happening? Why is this okay? Why is this normal? Because when you start questioning things, you actually come to an understanding, because we were told, don't question things. It's all Amr Allah. We don't have any say. But, like, I would rather, like, genuinely have, questions that remain unanswered than answers that can't be questioned. I would rather think critically. Okay, I don't know who's God. I don't know if the hijab really protects me or not, but at least, I'm able to question that. I don't have to just follow something, blindly because I was told to by my parents, or I was told to, by the society I live in. It's good to question things. It's good to open your eyes. I think that's important. And I want more Muslim women, especially muhajjabat, to, like, actively start thinking, because when they start thinking, that's when this patriarchal religion will actually be broken down, because it's the women. The men play a very big role in this. Don't get me wrong. They are the ones who actively go out and they preach this. They say, Ya ukhti, wayn al-hijab, and they scream that to you and stuff. But it's the women who keep this going. Like, the more women what am I saying? The more women that keep submitting to this, it creates a cycle, and it never ends. It's the women who are able to break the cycle, It's the women.
That's a very good point, especially that, for example, a man can't get into the space where women hang out if they're all, like, with their hijab off and whatnot. They can talk about everything openly if none of them are going to rat them out or, police them. Women can literally start a revolution from within if they find the right women who aren't going to rat them out, and the men can't even intervene. They can't get in, just physically in the space. You can have an ex-Muslim women meeting, and unless, like, the men are mahram, they can't come in, right? So who knows? Maybe, hopefully, in the future, women are going to lead that uprising, because obviously they have more challenges to overcome to start that kind of activism or even talking to their other women friends. But I hope to see it more often. Yeah, I'm really glad that you called in today.
Thank you. I'm really glad I called in too. Like, it's not even just me speaking, but listening to a lot of the other women talking, like, I really, like, felt peace, because, like, for a very long time, like, I know there are lots of ex-Muslim women. I saw, like, Infidel Noodle and whatnot. Like, I've seen a lot of these women talk, but actively, like, when you actually hear it, and, like, there are girls who are just like me who don't want to show who they are, but they're able to speak. Like, I felt myself in a lot of these women, and then it felt good. I felt really represented today. Like, it's really good. Like, I don't know. I just really liked it. I like listening to everyone, and it was really good. So I'm really happy that I came into this live stream.
So am I. That's the important thing, that you felt represented. So, yeah. Thank thank you again for calling in. And unless there's anything you want to add, I will have to let you go, I suppose.
Yeah, okay. It was really nice, and thank everyone in the what's it called, the live stream, for listening. And yeah, I might join in another time, but yeah.
I was just gonna say, yeah, feel free to call in another time. I have weekly live streams, so yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Goodbye.
Have a good night. Bye-bye. All right. So thank you, Z. So something's going on in the comments. I still have a bunch of comments to respond to, so please don't log off just yet. I've pushed aside a lot of comments because of the urgency of getting to some of the callers. So there's someone who wants to join. So this is a man who wants to join, saying, I feel like men should have a talk on hijab, just how you are doing the same. Otherwise, that would be a bit sexist and selfish of you. I don't think you'll give me a chance to talk, though. So to make it clear, the point of this live stream is to get women to have a space to talk about this topic. And like I've said, Muslim women can join. Unfortunately, none of them joined today. They have in the past, though. However, I get, like you're saying, I'm a man and I'm involved in this discussion, but I can't change my sex and switch to become a woman just for this discussion. And since, like, I'm not going to shy away from the topic, and I've asked women a lot about this before, do you think that I'm qualified? Do you think that it is it's rude of me to lead a conversation like this, not even lead to host a conversation like this, or to talk about the topic in a video or otherwise? And they often said, no, like, this is how we get a space to talk about it. So anyway, involving you would just be another man talking about how he thinks the hijab is actually good. I think I saw some comments about it's actually good if everybody followed it, some stuff like that. I'm very tempted to let you join for a minute just to see what it's about, but I feel like that would just turn this good live stream into some kind of a shit show. But if you want to tell us in the comments, like a Cliff Notes version of what did you want to call and talk about, while I get to all the other commenters today. So speaking about jinn and the topic of women around sunset, enticing jinn, or like if their hair is showing or something like that, enticing jinn, Doorknob Head was saying, it sounds like training people to remain children and to remain being scared of monsters under the bed. It is actually what a lot of people go through. And that's the thing about Islam. There's a fearful aspect for everyone. You know, choose your poison. Is it the monsters in the dark and the jinn? Is it the the endless torture in the afterlife? Is it seeing people you care about being tortured and not being able to do anything? There's a lot there. And to answer this question, yes, I have live streams every week, once or twice. You're gonna see, there's already one scheduled for ex-Muslims, I believe. My banner in the channel, the banner tells you what times they are, and I try to announce them a week in advance. I've got a bunch of them already. So Murtadda saying, the story of jinns existed in pre-Islamic Arabia. Momo, the con artist, claimed them to be real, and they are Allah's creation. Yeah, that's the thing. I've heard from a lot of apologists saying, well, if this concept is so ridiculous, how come the people before him didn't object to it? Well, that's because they were superstitious too, believing in magic and jinn and all sorts of stuff. So him saying, yeah, there are jinn, but God controls them, they're not going to object and say, no, jinn are such a, silly concept, or like a man-made concept. They won't say that because it's part of their belief. So there's a lot of incorporating these things that already exist. And he's like, yeah, I know that's real, but it's mine, kind of, or my God's. Sousou, first caller, I believe, said, I was told that the angels won't enter your home if there's a dog inside. So that was about how a jinn can watch a woman naked and like take over her body and do all sorts of horrible things, but an angel won't. The angels are like scared of everything. They're like the worst version of like what is it called? A snitch, who's he's so terrified of naked bodies, and he's not going to help fight the bad guys. He's just going to snitch on your thoughts and tell God. He's not going to enter the house if there's a dog or like a drawing, or some people say music. It's what are angels even for? They're useless. They just exist to pray to God. Why would you create something to pray to you? by choice or otherwise. It's anyway. That's a anyway. And there was a comment saying, "Shame on you, ex-Muslims. Take his call. He's no. Shame on you, ex-Muslims." Add it to the pile. FS says, "A Somali friend believes in jinn. Lives in trees. He doesn't work in forest-covered Scandinavia. I'm sad for her because she's got really bad mental health issues." I'm always so sad to hear about these stories, and I've heard some in private and some that we spoke about on this channel. This stuff haunts you into you're late in your life. For some people, we need to stop pretending that this isn't crazy. Like the whole respecting religions thing, sure, but we have to make sure that kids know that many people believe that this stuff is not real, so that they don't have this one-sided view that monsters exist and they're in the shadows and all that stuff, while the rest of the world is just operating normally. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff about where the jinn hides in the house and things like that. And I just want to remind people, like, none of that is real. And if you see someone teaching children that, just remind them, kids, none of that stuff is real. Everyone else is living around. We're just fine. Okay. What else? Zagros says, "I used to get pissed when people at restaurants told me, by the way, there's pork in that." See, how I feel about that is they mean well, like and maybe it comes from the amount of Muslims who are like, "There's pork in this? Why didn't you tell me?" Or like, "I can't eat this, there's pork in it." Or maybe they want to be nice, you look Muslim, then, there's pork in this, FYI. But I hope we get to a world where people aren't presumed religious by how they look or their name or how they sound. Obviously, if you're wearing a hijab, but even then, actually, that's a good point, said me to me. If a woman is wearing a hijab, you could presume that she's Muslim, but that's not always true. Based on even the callers that called today, there are a lot of women who wear the hijab because they don't know how to be without it, or because they can't take it off. So I think that people are trying to be respectful by asking you or telling you there's pork in that stuff. But I hope we get to a world where, first of all, we don't have to deal with non-food allergy related restrictions like these, but also that presumptions are less common. I wouldn't call it racist, though. I think it's well-intentioned. I don't think we should reprimand people for like that harshly for trying to do something good just in the wrong way. So I wouldn't go that far and call it racist. Let's see what else. Tanky was saying, "I want to troll SJWs by saying I had a dream about a black woman and she represents a plague. When they all get mad at me, I'll point out that it's an Islamic hadith and they're being racist against Islam." So that's in regards to a hadith that was earlier. We were talking about, there's a hadith about this very thing. That's funny because I've had a lot of these ideas of, let me just, as a joke, as a demonstration, replace a couple of words from a hadith, from a popular preacher's words, from the Quran, and see where that gets me. Where it would get me is banned and demonetized and like shunned and all sorts of things. And we don't see that the other way around. So I can't even demonstrate it, but I'm thinking of creative ways where I can demonstrate it without actually saying the words, like X are the worst of people and kill the X wherever you find them. I don't want to say the actual word, but I'll try to think of something. MKWKE21 says, "I hope in the future non-Arab Muslims will just give a huge middle finger to the Arabs and start doing everything in their native languages instead of Arabic." I hope so too. Like, no to the dilution of other people's cultures and history, just to replace it with one. And going back to the point, we're talking about the hadith. I don't know if it's this one, the hadith of the dark-skinned woman. Yeah. "I saw in a dream a black woman with unkempt hair going out of Medina and setting, where is it? Bimahiyah? I interpreted that as a symbol of the epidemic of Medina," and so on. So one of the callers, a Muslim, challenged her by saying, "Would you have thought the same thing if the woman was a white woman instead of a black woman?" And her response was that No, because I'm a Black woman and this pertains to me, and therefore, no, I wouldn't have thought the same thing. That was part of her response. So I want to add to that as not a Black woman, but just from an outsider's point of view. I would still have an issue with it had it been a white woman or something of the sort, because first of all, it's different that it's a Black woman because of all the stigma that to this day people of darker skin face, and how Islam didn't help by giving that kind of symbolism. It made it worse, or at the very least, it did nothing to make it better. That's a difference there. Secondly, even if it was any other color, there's a huge amount of like superstition and mistakes will happen. Like if someone walks in and sees a woman of that description, they think there's a plague coming. What kind of idiocy is that? Like in this day and age, and even in the past, they didn't know better. But if someone takes this hadith to heart, say if it's a light-skinned woman or a white woman or whatever description, or a man or someone wearing a certain colored dress, that's not how plagues work. That's not how reality works. So putting a hard description on, if you see this, therefore it's a sign of that, is idiotic, right? That's idiotic to begin with. But especially so to make it a Black woman on top of everything else that has to do with Blackness and whiteness in Islam is more problematic. So, and to answer the guy who's been wanting to join for a while, it's because it's dream interpretation, Smart Guy. There could be the most random stuff. There could be the most random stuff. Like I've seen dreams of the Day of Judgment. Does that mean anything? Does that mean I've had a connection with God? If so, hey, I'll claim I'm the new prophet and Muhammad was actually a fraud, and we'll go from there. But dreams don't affect reality. That's something that we have to just admit here. Maybe they affect, you're thinking about a complex issue or something stressing you out in your life, and you see the answer in a dream, which is your instincts or the answer that you kind of knew all along kind of thing, or your conclusion. That's different. But to have a plague is coming into the city or country because I had a dream is idiotic. And to tie it to Blackness is beyond idiotic. It's harmful. Anyway, let me go back to some. So that was my answer to that question that the Muslim woman had for one of the callers. Let me go back to the comments, and I still have a bunch of those. So thank you for sticking with me. Yaqub Muhammad says, as a Muslim, this was very eye-opening stream. I have personally never seen a man enforce the hijab. From today's call, it seems that women are enforcing the hijab on each other. Well, thanks for actually sitting through and watching the stream. I really appreciate it. And it's good. Okay, I know that Yaqub probably has good intentions, and he didn't see a man enforce the hijab in his life. So it's good that he got an opportunity to listen to not just me relaying stories of women or stories in Iran, but people actually calling, including people from Iran, calling and telling them about men and women enforcing them on them. So thanks for being here. Thanks, Rashid White, interesting name for the super chat. In connection to my previous super chat, and their dowry should be less than other women. Oh, yes, I forgot to get to that. So about what Zed said, I read that in one of the madhabs, Black girls don't need to wear hijab. I think it was Maliki. And in connection to my previous super chat, and their dowry should be less than other women. I've heard that a lot, but I can't attest to whether it's actually in the hadith or not, but I've heard that from multiple people. I know that for a fact there's a hadith about how like the permissibility of a man trading 2 black slaves for 1 white slave, or like 1 non-black slave, which is a weird hadith. And I was told that the answer or the justification is that, it shows you that you could trade people not 1 for 1, which, what a weird explanation. But yeah, I have read this a bunch of times. Anyway, thank you for your contribution. And on the same topic, Mariame says, one of the callers says, to add to Z's light-skinned comment, often older women scout out wives for their sons in female gatherings, and they scout out the most light/Arab. So there's pressure to look good around women too. Yeah. And what else? So there's a lot about this topic, and it's funny how the topic of the stream wasn't about racism, but very often I get calls from in streams, especially about women, but even regular streams for Muslims and ex-Muslims, I get calls from women from an African background, or women who would identify as Black. So it's interesting, and I'm glad that they're calling in. And let's see. In the hadith, is Black synonymous with slave? In this hadith over here, let me look at the Arabic again. I don't, Imra'a Sauda, no, it's, in this case, it's not synonymous with slave or anything, but in the hadith about the raisin head, he mentioned slave. Anyhow, let's get to some other comments. So Mojo was saying, it's not about the color, but the aura. I mean, Bilal was Black too, right? So that was in reference to a verse about those whose faces are blackened or whitened in the day of judgment. And like I said, it doesn't say they're black or white as in race. It does say black or white as in color. And the aura is black or white. But that ties into the same point again. Why are we talking about superstitious descriptions like that? Even if God didn't mean to say anything that has to do with race, why would you tie like the judgment of someone in the afterlife to a color? That's such a simplistic, primitive mindset that ties into a lot of superstition in the time, that black cats or black dogs are bad, and an angel is white, and if someone's glowing white, that's angelic. All this kind of stuff. Like if God had the foresight, if the author had the foresight, he would see how bad this stuff was going to be in the future, like perpetuating these ideas. And I don't know if I don't think the commenter is a Muslim, so this is not a response to them in particular, but I hear this a lot, that Bilal was a slave of the Prophet, and he was freed, and he became like he used to do the adhan for the masjid. So see, the Prophet was fair to Black people, and even Bilal, he was treated very well. But I see that kind of like what's the word for it? Token, a Black friend kind of thing. It's not about how nicely the Prophet treated one Black guy. It's about the message that he leaves in his legacy and what people have done with it ever since. Because the point isn't just let's demonize or absolve the guy. The guy, Muhammad, doesn't matter to me at all. He's a symbol. He is whatever people believe of him. He's not here anymore. So whether he truly said or meant this or that, he's not a prophet. He didn't actually come with the message from God. The effects that his words have had, whether they're actually his words or inserted into his texts, those effects are real. So it doesn't matter whether whether people genuinely want to absolve him from this or not. This is how it is in reality. Bilal Ali, I don't know if this is a sign from God or something. Thanks for the super chat. He says, present day kafala system and Arab slave trade, enough said. For those who don't know, I know that it's in Saudi Arabia. I don't know about other Gulf countries, but the idea that you have to be under the kafala, I don't know what the literal translation is, but kind of the protection or the authority of a Saudi man. And usually they abuse this stuff when they have lower paid, lower skilled immigrants come in for these kinds of jobs, and they really abuse them because of that power dynamic. And one could say that's not Islamic, but the Arab slave trade was largely Islamic. Anyway, a few more comments to go. So, yeah, okay, so that's, again, talking about Black women, lower dowry. That ruling is also found in classical Islamic law. Shafi'i jurists said that. I haven't verified that yet, but I'm just relaying what this person has said. I would appreciate if people do their research. Like, tell me if I'm wrong about anything. And when I say something like this, I'm bringing it to light, and I say I haven't verified it myself. That's an invitation for you to go and verify it right now or after the stream is over. And okay, so funny that the person says that Prophet Muhammad was a man of color himself. Yet in many circles, if you call him dark-skinned, it's almost blasphemous. And there's a lot of this, like, I think there's a lot of this like whiteness described of him. Like he's a very pale, white-colored man, all that stuff. So he's kind of been whitewashed, yassified, I guess. So this is a comment I do not like. So Billy is saying the garbage bag shelves in the supermarket isn't the women's fashion section. So this was when we were talking about the niqab. And maybe Billy is a supporter of women's rights to not wear the hijab or the niqab, but this is not a good way of expressing it, because I don't want to insult those who do wear the niqab, in like forced or not, right? If they are wearing the niqab, I don't like comparing that to trash bags, because are you implying that they are trash? Maybe you're not, but that's always an implication that's left up in the air. I get that people say, oh, it looks like a tent or like a trash bag, but all you're doing is humiliating the person who's subjected to this, you know, intentionally or otherwise. So this doesn't help in any way. And here's a, yeah, I like to throw in some weird things in the middle. Stargirl's like, not yassified. And what about Noor on his face? So yeah, Noor on his face, like the brightness and light on his face. There was always this association with like whiteness. The good is white. The hand, which one was the prophet who put his hand in his pocket and it came out white? I think it was Musa. Don't crucify me for not getting this right. It's been a while since I read their biographies, except for specific parts of videos I was making. Anyhow, yeah, it's hard to deny this whiteness link. And Hawia, I'm sorry I didn't get to this comment earlier. She was saying, I took off my hijab 2 years ago and I still get questions from my family and suggestions to wear it again, but I'm not going to wear it again. Stand strong. And yeah, so many people have called today, so many women from all sorts of different places and different situations, and all of them have said, yeah, hijab is not a choice. And I appreciated them answering that clearly, but it was nice to see that everyone can relate to one of the women at the very least. So I really appreciate everyone who's commented and called in. And yeah, if you're a Muslim, I suggest you don't watch ex-Muslims YouTubers. And if you're stubborn, I suggest you read this comment a few times and then go watch ex-Muslim YouTubers. And no one's forcing anybody to be here, as I've said so many times, but some people linger and then they change their mind, and oh well. I think that's most of what I wanted to talk about. If you haven't seen some of my, oh, that's a good point, Robert. I'm going to talk about that in a second. If you haven't seen some of my newer animated videos, check, uploads or videos or whatever, and you'll see some of them. I made a short recently. I made one, what was it? I forgot the title, but one about Prophet Muhammad. It's a retelling of the story in a way that would hopefully make you think. Prophet Muhammad proves Islam. And lastly, why Allah exposed Prophet Moses. I would appreciate it if you give those a watch and tell me what you think. And Robert is asking, will you do another Teach Me stream? I've kind of forgotten that I've done any of those. So some of my live streams are dissecting apologetics, where I'm watching a video, playing it bit by bit, and showing you like what the preacher is saying, what they're saying in between the lines, what they're getting wrong intentionally or unintentionally. And then I had live streams called Teach Me, where I would pose a position in Islam or other religions, I hope, and have someone call in or anybody call in and tell me why they think I'm wrong. So I've done that for the verse 434. Why am I wrong about that verse? And so on. I should do one of those again. I'm trying to do so many things at the same time. So yeah, I try to get to that again. And this same commenter is saying, thanks for sharing my message to everyone watching by showing the comment. The comment saying, if you're a Muslim, don't watch ex-Muslim YouTube channels. I think if you've been here for 5 hours, oh, damn, it's been 5 hours, and you're watching the end of it, I think it's a little too late to give them that warning. So if you've made it this far, I doubt you're going to listen to a random commenter. Anyhow, your video about Musa read like secular Jewish comedy. It was great. That's a new genre of comedy, secular Jewish comedy. And yeah, for Ahmed and everybody else, I'm going to have another call-in live stream. Check the upcoming live streams and the banner on my channel about the timings. The next one is going to be for ex-Muslims to call in. Anyway, thank you everybody for joining, and for especially if you've watched the whole thing or for this long. I hope to have more live streams specifically for women to call in, because I feel like having one of those every month or something gives them a chance to not be spoken over by everyone speaking about general other experiences that they want to talk about. So yeah, so take care, everybody. Thanks for being here. And as always, think critically and think for yourself.